Greetings and welcome to day 3 of GatherVerse Summit 2023. We're about to enter into the rapid fire. Be joined by several minds for expressions. Let us prepare to explore. May our gather be well. Greetings, everyone.
Greetings.
We're happy to have you here. Panelists, I ask that you mute your mics. We're going to quickly introduce ourselves as we go around. We'll start with Sarusha. We'll continue to pass it on. We ask that your remarks be light as we enter into the rapid fire. Sarusha, please.
Well, good morning, good afternoon, good evening, everyone. I'm Sarusha Govender. I'm a South African digital strategist. I'm a science and innovation journalist and an XR filmmaker, and currently conducting research on gender in the metaverse at Chatham House.
Thank you, Sarusha. Bernice.
Hello, thanks for having me. I'm Bernice of Lohman Creative Services, where we are a one-stop shop for branding, marketing, and tech, assisting ministries and businesses as well in the in-person 2D as well as the 3D metaverse world. So thank you for having me.
Excellent. Abdul.
Good morning. My name is Abdul Giabala, and I'm the founder and CEO of Innovate Technologies, Inc., which is a metaverse media production and marketing agency. It's a Black startup founded in Los Angeles, California. Thank you guys for having me.
Thank you. We welcome you. Adrian.
Peace, everybody. Adrian Rashad Driscoll, XR expert, co-founder of Collimation. We tell stories, we make experiences, and we try to get more people into the space. Thanks for having me.
Paul, you're up.
Yeah, good evening, everyone. It's nighttime in Africa, or going to nighttime in Africa. I am Paul Simon, the CEO and founder of Africa VR Campus and Center. And what we do is we lead the campaign for VR use from the grassroots going up.
Excellent. Andre.
Hi all, I'm CEO of Metaverse May. We are a platform, educational platform, and on a mission to rebuild trust in Web3 to get rid of scams, basically. I'm a Metaverse explorer myself. I've explored more than 100 platforms so far, and right now we are performing an industry-wide research of the Metaverse space, including Web3 gaming, to understand the key reasons why a lot of platforms failed in last year.
Excellent. Andre, panel, we welcome you. To the audience, welcome to the intersection of innovation and human progress, a rapid-fire dialogue brought to you by GatherVerse 2023. We only have a little bit of time today in this day 3, as we have a lot to cover. We will cover it. Let us prepare to explore on these narratives. Bernice, I need to know something. I want to understand, when we look at human development, when we look at growth, when we see what's happening at the avid rise of technologies such as XR, Metaverse, if you will, artificial intelligence and machine learning, and we'll continue to see more persistent technologies continue to evolve. But we must consider, it seems to me, that when we're thinking about the evolution of technology, what about the evolution of humanity? The question is, panel, and we'll go round robin on this very quickly, how do we define the role in human progress as we see technology advancing?
For me, innovation, let me dissect. Innovation for me would be creativity, creating new ideas, new concept, new products, businesses, services, and how it will assist with the human progress would be, for me, I've seen productivity, increased productivity. Right now we're using AI, ChatGPT, to assist with productivity. Our blogs, we're able to share more information at a fast pace. We're able to get more of our products and our services out to our clients, and we're assisting and helping our clients as well in ministry and businesses to do the same. So as it relates to human progress, I would definitely say increased productivity.
Indeed. Paul, do we see the balance, though, of human progress on every continent? And do we feel as if we're getting the right type of representation, the necessary representation for all stakeholders when it comes to contributing these technologies, sir?
We would say yes and no. We would say yes and no. Definitely, since we began our outreach, especially the events that we've been holding in the Metaverse, I was actually shocked because I thought it's only Africans who didn't know about VR. But I've met 101 people who come into those events and they're asking, how do I move from point A to point B? And some of them are, lecturers, professors in big time universities across the world. And so when we talk about innovation, there is also the issue of acceptance and maybe adoption to this new innovation. And maybe even to answer the question of how does it improve governance? How does it improve the wholesome human well-being across the world? I think it is also good for us to look at that.
Abdul, when we talk about human progress and development, from your lens and experience of what you're working on with Innovate, are we headed in the right direction?
I definitely truly believe we are. The one thing that I think people ultimately need to understand is the underutilization of the virtual spaces and mediums that we have. And kind of what my mission and goal has been for the last 7+ years has been to create equitable, immersive, and interactive experiences for content creators and consumers alike, where the virtual technology that we have, whether in the VR, AR, metaverse, and mixed reality space, in general, Web3, there's a high threshold of entry point for people to consume and digest the content. And there's also not much incentive for creators to develop. So utilizing and understanding the capabilities of the virtual technology, not just as a form of entertainment, but rather solutions to some of the world's biggest problems that we have, is, I think that should be the focus. Focusing on how it can solve certain problems, I think you can really see that the versatility of the technology that we have out there.
Sure. Thank you. Well met so far, Sarusha. I have a little bit of an itch happening here when we think about the progress of human progress and development. And Abdul is saying we're heading in the right way. And I submit that many millions on this planet believe we are. And I too think that we're headed in a good way, completely in the right way. Subjective. But I need to understand. And the reason I say it's subjective is because I think about the word ethics. You know, with GatherVerse audience, we talk about accessibility, education, community development, safety, privacy, wellness. And we talk about ethics as well, being the humanity first standard approach to how we look at technology. I have to ask, Sarusha, what ethical considerations should be taken into account when pursuing innovation for human progress?
Well, I agree that ethical considerations need to be at the center of how we think of innovation. And I think we are moving in the right direction, but we're speeding towards progress without any guardrails. We're not protecting people who could be manipulated or could be taken advantage of by nefarious actors as we speed towards this amazing progress and this amazing use of innovation. We're not ensuring that rights are being protected, particularly for women and people of color and vulnerable communities. We're not ensuring our privacy and our data is being protected. Recently, a report has come out, and I'm sure a lot of us have read it because we've been speaking about it, about the 50,000 plus users whose biometric data has been captured and stored, and they've been able to be identified just from hand gestures and eye use, the eye tracking in using this technology. What is happening with that biometric data? Did we know how it was being shared? Did we know where it's going? Do we know where it's sitting now? And how can that be used in the future, to take advantage of people? We're seeing this already now on a massive scale, and we're not doing enough as we're speeding towards progress to make sure that the rights are being protected, to make sure the right ethical frameworks are in place,
Sure.
and to make sure that we're doing enough.
Sure. Andre, I have a big concern when I start to think about Kodak avatars that was announced by Meta in October. You mean to tell me you could take a human eye resolution scan, an active live scan, transliterated a version of myself, bring that into a virtual space, unidentifiable or undiscernible, to the human eye, whether they're talking to me, Christopher Lafayette, or my avatar representation of me, with controlling a deep fake, knowing the power of AI and what we can see happen in real time, I have a real concern with who owns my likeness and image within that space, knowing that there's platforms out there that can synthesize my voice in its entirety within 7 seconds and less. Who owns all that? Who owns me in this virtual space in this world? It certainly is a concern, Mark Zuckerberg. I know some of your policy people are listening. We do enjoy a relationship with Meta in terms of friendship and people that we know that are good people. We hope that you keep the people that are working there now today that are working on this, because right now we're seeing more layoffs and firings happen in the metaverse-based space and emerging technologies than ever we've seen before since, I would assume, the bubble. Andrea, from your lens and what you're building, are we headed in the right direction?
I would consider even improve your concerns, because I would not be concerned regarding Meta itself or any for-profit organizations. I'll be more concerned if these things will go into basic non-code solution, and which provide this option to everybody except specific organizations, because then anybody with ill intentions can create anything and then put it onto crime, or create something like a footage of the camera where you committed something wrong and wrongdoing. It will be impossible for you to prove, as in case you don't have alibi or something, that you yourself was not there present. So I would personally less concerned regarding specific organizations, corporations, which are liable for the law and they can be sued and everything, but more about specific ill-treated people who do exist in the world. So this is my major concern, and I believe the only way we can go with that is something which is happening right now on Twitter and on Meta as well, is blue checks. Even though it's hilarious, but it is something we are actually heading towards, that you'll be confirming your identity through like a check mark or something, which will be issued through the government or through other services, or maybe through blockchain confirmation. Because I kid you not, like in 10, 15 years, maybe even sooner, you'll open your phone and you will see 100 people like you on TikTok, Instagram, and everywhere, basically saying, promoting different products and everything. And it will be impossible to tell the difference who is who and what is what is real. So I bet we are going towards something crazy, which we cannot even comprehend right now. So
well, what
we have to think of solutions.
So let me interject on that. And when we talk about this blue check nature, we've been hearing it just this week. Audience, Meta said, hey, you know what? We're going to roll something out in the Pacific South, if you will, of our good friends over in Oceania. And they said, hey, we're going to roll out blue checks and you can pay for it. You'll pay a little bit more for iOS. I guess that's their attempt to get back at Apple, since they had such great privacy standards against selling our data. But they said, we're going to roll out with these blue checks. We've seen the same thing happen with Twitter. They have a very low threshold of what they've sold so far. Elon Musk hasn't been successful, but we see what's happening with that. But there used to be a time where you get my data and my information in exchange for me being able to use your platform for gratis, for free. There was a fair barter. There was an unspoken barter, a trade, a deal. Now we're coming into this. Not only do you get my data, but now you want my money. I don't know where that stands, and I don't know if that's necessarily the successful direction that we need to hold on, but we'll have that for another day, I suppose, when it comes to GatherVerse. Adrian, I want us to talk about something, because we're talking about the volatility and the disruptive nature of emerging technologies. You, as somebody that's an expert in music, we're happy to have you as an expert in music. We see what's happening through the ages, if you will, over, let's say, the past decades, of the volatile nature from Napster to Stream to iTunes and what's happened in the music industry. I don't know if there's been too many industries that's been more disrupted than music. When we think about this horizontally with all the other different platforms that abide and industries that exist, has music come out on the other side of this in a good way, or is it still being devastatingly disrupted and impacted from what you're seeing, Adrian?
Wow. Both, really. I mean, it has its positivity for sure. Look at progress. What's accessible now? You go from having an 8-track to a cassette to a CD. Now you can have, you know, millions of songs at the touch of your fingertips. That was unheard of, right? The issue is that also generates a lot of noise, right? So people can't access you, and I think it correlates perfectly with what you were just talking about, because it's like people put a lot of weight on the technology, and the technology doesn't matter, right? It's what people do with it. You know, a car can be a tool or a weapon, right? Same with AI, same with any of this. So I think ethically, and it lends itself so well, we have to look at the source and not give so much power to the tech, because the tech means nothing. Tech should be invisible in all things, right? This is just, oh, well, people need to stop using tech in a negative way. And if we have some type of authentication, you know, you look at a blockchain, for example, I think that's going to be the way to get past all of this.
Sure. We often talk about Web3, audience. We also talk about the disruptive nature of what we're looking at when it comes to Web3. And people are highly invested in DeFi, DAOs, dApps, decentralization standards. But many of us know that we're not completely have entered into Web3. I would submit and argue that we haven't completely arrived when it comes to the metaverse, Bernice. You know, a lot of people say, hey, the metaverse, Paul, has arrived in its totality. But the reality, we haven't even had broadband and Wi-Fi access arrive in its totality.
Yes.
What are we doing when we sit here and live in these hype cycle, marketed, projected narratives? Audience, do you believe that the metaverse and Web3 has completely arrived? Now, I will submit and I will put a caveat that is good for the time now present. But in no stretch of our imaginations do I believe that we're here. Audience, in the comments, are we headed in the right direction? Bernice, when it comes to our progress, where are we at? Go ahead.
We are headed in the right direction. I do agree with that. But however, I do agree that we have not arrived with our clients just a little over 2 years ago. And even now we have clients who are just getting in the swing of things for live stream, during the pandemic era. And so now we're assisting our clients with getting into the metaverse space. Just last night, I was speaking with a client who she assists with grant positioning and trying to help her maneuver into the metaverse. And just as of yesterday, I was helping with the onboarding process for a lawyer who she's wanting to get her presence in the metaverse. And so I'm assisting all the time into the onboarding process, and I get the hands-on in knowing that we are not there yet. There are still people are trying to maneuver through. What does that look like with the immersive experience? So we're definitely not there yet. Only because I'm there. We have a virtual metaverse office, and so I spend time with assisting people and helping them with their getting on the headset. What does it look like to just jump to the basics of the immersive spaces? So no, we are not there yet.
Paul, when I think about the barriers to entry, removing barriers to innovation, here we are in GatherVerse, a free platform. We're 13 events deep. We've made it absolutely free because we wanted to remove barriers to innovation, because not everybody wants to nor can afford in these troubling times. Have you seen the price of an avocado? Have you seen the price of an egg? Not everyone can afford over $1,000 tickets to get necessary, important information that we need to be equipped with to be able to move forward. Audience, when we talk about disruptive nature, removing barriers to innovation, what do you consider one of the biggest barriers to innovation, Paul? What are one of the biggest barriers to innovation that you're looking at, sir?
It's good that you mentioned about the price of it. Today morning I bought tomato as if I was buying a tot of cocaine in the back street. It's give me a dozen there on the side. But when you talk about barriers, they exist, and they really do. It took me 4 years before I could meet a fellow African in virtual reality, in any VR app. So when we have innovation and when we are talking about the metaverse, we need those barriers removed. And one thing that I have personally done here in Africa is we realize that the cost of the headset itself is a mammoth mountain to deal with. And so what we did, we said, We're not going to wait for Meta to come and start, donating these things to us. We're going to buy them and ship them here to Africa and give them to as many people as we can, especially the social leaders in the grassroots. Because the number one thing is we can't have just a corporate using this. We need also the young guy down there who is finishing his high school, thinking about what do I do. We need to give them options. Like there is something called the Metaverse, and you can jump in it and earn a little bit of money. Let's even talk about how you can earn. Here we have a music artist, and I love that because I've been trying to tell African artists you can actually perform in the Metaverse. You can go there and sing to these guys and have a few green coming to our side. So let's remove those barriers and let's have and this one I'm taking it very personal. Let's have the big core, like Meta, going back to their beginnings. When Mark Zuckerberg began Facebook, he wasn't looking at the dollars. In fact, his question was, how do the guys in the campus communicate with each other? How do I get the thought of Lafayette, who is in the other module, doing the other module? How do I get his mind? What is in your mind?
Yes.
And then all of a sudden, we are talking about capitalism. We are talking about, I want you to pay for your blue tick. We need those barriers removed. We need those guys who are down there coming in such a summit and making his voice heard. And in using that innovation, asking himself, and now that I'm here, what do I do with this tool? How do I earn a coin if I can?
Yes,
that's what I'm talking about.
I tell you what, Paul, if you keep going, we're going to have to add a day 4 on here because I am thrilled and excited to hear that someone has a heart and compassion amongst all of us when it comes to this. And you may be our whole entire day 4. Abdul, Andre, Sarusha, what are the next steps that we need to take for progress? Abdul.
I like to say that, there is no incentive in innovation without eliminating those barriers. And I think there's a responsibility that we have as entrepreneurs, as developing companies and things of that nature, to keep the pressure on the larger gatekeepers of the industries to continue innovation and to make it more inclusive and accessible for all. We live in a globalized economy now where essentially the world is equipped with the most powerful device in our pockets. Right. And I think being able to develop activations, VR, AR, Metaverse related, and even Web3, using those things that are accessible and affordable because people already have access to them. We live in a world of a creator economy. I think when people realize the value that they have, that they are the product that is being sold. They are the creators of the content that exists on the internet that these larger industries are profiting on. Now, the beauty of Web3 is it removes that middleman. You can go directly from source to customer and be fairly compensated, have control over your intellectual property. So I think that the globalization and the decentralization that comes with Web3 and the metaverse is letting people know the power that they truly have as creators, as owners of their content, and being able to leverage that kind of content and put the pressure on the gatekeepers to not just steal and use and utilize what they have and give them chump change, but rather bring them on as potential partners.
Thank you for sharing that, Abdul. I tell you what, back to this blue check mark, Elon Musk, Mark Zuckerberg, you want our money. I'd like to see it the other way around with the content that we contribute, with the millions of people that are contributing content. Can we get paid? Can the contests and the artists and the creatives that are being disrupted by artificial intelligence, because we know it's only going to get taller, it's only going to be more impactful. We must preserve our audiences when it comes to our artists. Truly important. I don't know what this may mean to any of you, but it means almost everything to me. Andre, to really be very brief with the very finite minute we have, what are the next essential steps? Sarusha, we're coming to you.
One more short phrase, which will a bit put you some things to thought about, is unfortunately, I would say right now, where we're recording with Web3 is we are just packaging Web2 stuff. So I've been into crypto for 6 years and into Metaverse full time for last year. And what I see right now, we are just transitioning from user-based approach to wallet-based approach. Yes, maybe you will have some sort of pseudo anonymity, but you can still discover what person is behind the wallet. But unfortunately, right now, there is not yet to be discovered a solution where it's impossible to track data completely. And right now, already a lot of projects are basically focused on the same thing. Let's track wallet data instead, and that we instead imagine now not the website knows about you, but they are inside your wallet. So now they know where you spend all your money. So they don't have to track your specific data on the specific website. So I don't know exactly where we're heading and how that will be solved. And this point of our discussion, ethical discussion especially. And innovation is happening in this space 100%, primarily greed focus based and capitalism one. But this is what people also have to think about. That it's not just pure world ahead, and we have to think about a lot of things which have to overcome, I would say.
Thank you, Andre. Adrian, stay with us. Sarusha, send us off.
Oh, I think just at the crux of all of these issues is both the barriers to access and also the solutions would be education. There's a very low level of digital literacy across the board. And I've worked in VR in Africa for more than 10 years. I know it's there, but the level of access and digital literacy, we're underestimating the power of what people can do. And you're asking, how can we make sure that they're getting the blue checks from us as a community, as a people who use these technologies and internet? We have the power to ask policymakers, to ask the big tech to cater to what we want, to meet us where we are, but we need to improve digital literacy for everyone across the board.
Indeed, when we talk about the validity of someone's nature of ID and get a blue check so that we can ensure you are who you are, might we be extended the same appreciation when it comes to the protection and the necessary safeguards of our own privacy and data? Am I protecting myself from would-be imposters, or should I be more concerned about protecting myself with the platform that I'm interacting with and engaging in? Audience, follow everyone that's been with us today. We certainly enjoyed this rapid-fire discussion. We have a lot more to cover. Adrian, stay with me. Bernice, Abdul, Andre, Paul, Sarusha, we shall meet again. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Bye.
Thank you. Bye.
Adrian, let's go a little bit forward here.
Sure.
Let's think about this for a moment. Audience, we're going to have a quick discussion on the power of media. We're at the point where we talk about the power of motion art in the metaverse. I wanted to add this small section because the safeguarded protection of our artists, Adrian, I know it means a lot to you and certainly means a lot to me. And I know you're seeing a lot down there in Los Angeles. What should we know today, right now, this very moment that we have about media and where we're at?
I mean, the amount of things that are placed to keep us safe are just as dangerous to everyone else. So I think it extends to your point. If I want to go pay for a blue check, well, criminals have money too. It's like an ad. Like the top ads are people who are trying to scam you. Why? Because scammers have money too. So it's hard for artists to understand because there's so much noise. People come from every direction saying, hey, you could do this, and this. And most of the time, their intention is just to get your money as opposed to actually do anything that's going to be beneficial to you in the long term.
Indeed. Adrian, let me ask you with this final question with the few minutes that we have. Mm-hmm. What's the most important thing that we should be looking at when it comes to music today and the preservation and the necessity of preserving our artists and our communities with the technology that we see that's continuing to add disruption? What are you saying to the musicians and the artists that are with us today?
I'm saying stop being afraid because, most of our influence comes from fear. The news is trying to scare you. People are trying to scare you. Oh, social media is the devil. No, it's not. At the end of the day, people want to be able to provide a service. And I believe that most people aren't bad. Most people don't want to harm you. So the only way this technology is going to grow, and the only way you're going to be able to scale your options, is to jump in, to not be afraid, to stop being so fear-based, because that's how we're controlled, is through fear. So let go, trust a little bit, still be smart, but trust a little bit more. That's what I tell all my artists, and I see it to tell artists going forward.
You heard it here, audience. Take advantage of the time. Get it while the getting is good.
Mm-hmm.
Don't be the first one to dip in your toes. Go all in.
Right.
Adrian, we always welcome you here with our GatherVerse community.
Thank you, Christopher.
To our audience that's with us, get ready to join us on an incredible panel. We're getting ready to take off. We're continuing our exploration as we move forward with our GatherVerse Summit 2023, Day 3. Share this with someone. Take screenshots. Let someone know that we're here. This is part of your community. Share this with us. We welcome you. Adrian, stick with us.
Thank you. Thank you, everybody.
Hello, ladies. Hi, nice to see you all. Nice to see everyone. Hello, good morning, good afternoon, good evening, whatever you are. Hi, everyone. I'm Lubna Tajani, and I will be your moderator today for this inclusion imperative discussion on equity and technology. I will love to tell you some more about myself, but I'm going to pass it to Sherelle to introduce herself, and then I'll pick it up at the end.
Good day, all. Sherelle Francis here, owner and founder of the iLeap Group. I am from New Jersey, now located in South Florida, the sunny South Florida, and I'm here out of my love and passion to make sure that infrastructure and broadband is accessible to all, especially those who are in underserved communities throughout the USA and the global at large. 1 out of every 4 youth are impacted by a rural serving area and do not have access. And I want to make sure we demolish the digital divide. Thank you for having me. And to all the ladies here, thank you for being here.
Emily, please.
Hello, my name is Emily Wright. I am the creator of It'll Be Alright. My interest is founded mostly in the psychology of discrimination and looking at how technology amplifies discrimination and looking at how by monitoring patterns in our algorithms and patterns in our technology, we can learn more about the human condition and learn more about human psychology and how we can address issues such as discrimination using our technology.
Christina?
Hello, everyone. How are you today? My name is Christina, founder of Edify, where we use the power of the metaverse to provide leading edge career training and internships while expanding access to education and pathways to leadership. We do this mostly in historically underserved communities, creating new opportunities for students wherever they live and learn.
Thank you. Major Namrata.
Hi, good afternoon, good evening, good morning to all of you. This is Namrata from India. It's 10 p.m. here, and excited to meet you all and contribute in whatever way I can. So I am an economist. I do global research, and I'm associated with BRICS Research Conference, and I do research on governance policies, how to boost economy of emerging economies. And I'm a leadership trainer and speaker as well. I journal for one of our leading media house, which is Hans India. And technology as is emerging really needs to be more innovative, to be more inclusive for marginalized people, so that they can again be part of it and they can again contribute and fill that economic gap across the globe.
Adele?
Hello, my name is Edel Joyce. I am the product lead for a product that's called WebEx Hologram. My background is engineering. I am based in Ireland, on the west coast of Ireland, in Galway. And I'm working on a product that enables the feeling of co-presence by delivering a photorealistic quality real-time holograms. We're allowing people who are remote to actually appear present for a collaborative experience. And I'm very happy to be part of this panel today, and I'm really excited about the conversation that we're going to have.
And Alison.
Hello, welcome everybody. And it is so lovely to be here with so many different people from so many different countries. Really privileged to be here with you all. I am Alison Alexander, the co-founder and COO of MetaCampus. MetaCampus is a Web3 startup that we founded on the belief that the Web3 tools will enable us to unlock human potential and to equalize the economics of the world and really enable everyone to thrive. So we're passionate about using these new tools to really address the inequitable position that we find ourselves in as a society and to turn that around. And I'm really, really excited to be here to talk to everyone.
Thank you, Alison. So I'm Lubna Dajani. I'm the founder of Alternate, and my background is in systems, and my passion is unleashing innovation in implementation, taking it out of the lab. And this morning's conversations were very, very powerful. I hope you didn't miss them. We talked about a lot of things, access, inclusion, and many points in the conversation. I was starting to reflect on the diversity in not just the disparity in access or discrimination, but in fact, it all existed in between the have and have-nots across the planet. It isn't necessarily the global north or the global south. It's actually everywhere. It's the have and the have-nots. We just, the issues seem to manifest slightly differently. Yesterday, in a conversation with a lady who I wish was with us here today, was talked about women's reproductive health, and to start it like this, but it's a real topic, and we're all here women. And in some countries here, we're worried about, and it's true, why are we paying taxes on tampons, for example, or that type of a product? But there are in other countries or in other areas where women can't even access, and the things that they go through, or the things that they miss out, like education, like even their life in pursuit of a pad. So it's amazing that we're here talking about the metaverse and to see the degree of advancements that we have and the immensity of the access that we can create and provide. But it's true, I still can't maintain a phone call while I'm on the train to New York City, for example. But so it's definitely not an issue of technology. Shirel, I don't want to hit you up, but you know me, I'm in love with your glasses, and it's the first thing that always grabs me. But it's seriously, it's also at the heart of what you talk about. Where do we even begin in when we want to talk about diversity or inclusion or the disparity or equity? Where do we even begin? And if you say ethics, tell me whose ethics we're anchoring our from.
The E word, the R word, we're using all these letters, right? So we talk global. You know, I begin with the C word, citizenship, right? And what makes us a citizen, and civil rights and ethics. It becomes about the human matter. And at the end of the day, I'm always reminded of my grandfather's words, who was a change agent. He who asks the questions leads the conversation. So we have to be profound and persistent with asking the questions of why. Why do I have and she or he or they do not? Why are we on this side of the street and I have 5 bars, and I go to this side of the street and there's 0 bars? Why is it when I'm driving down the road towards my daughter's school and we live in a nice area, I have to tell everyone, hold on one second, because I know I'm going to lose my signal. I know this. Like it's no. So it becomes a question of why, and then the who behind the why, and follow the money. So the ethics question is so pertinent. I had a live earlier today and we say, broadband, should it be a utility rather than a luxury? Why are we having this conversation? Access. Ethics is a conversation about access. And when we provide access, then we have information. So I think the question that really lies under the surface is, why do we want to withhold information from everyone? Because when you really enable and empower everyone to have information, then it's up to the person to take it and utilize it. So I think this becomes a question about access, affordability, and citizenship, right? We know the real makeup of a government of a country by how they treat the least. And this is where we are today, even with technology. So I think we have this juxtaposition of a home with 5 devices, but you have to stand in the corner to get good reception. Why don't we want access and technology and innovation to be really the actual basic, just like electricity and water and food? Well, the conversation is that it's not really a basic need that is met. It is a basic need, but it's not a basic need that's being met equally. And if we go beyond equity, then we have liberation. And Lubna, I'll say this. I don't think everyone wants to see true liberation, because then we don't need the fence anymore. We have this picture of the fence and everybody on their boxes looking over the fence. What would it look like if we didn't need the fence?
But do we need the fence? It seems to me, whether it's the fence or it's why are we holding information? It's that tells me, that just brings the word ignorance to mind, and what they don't know doesn't hurt them. And you know, and when they don't know, there people are more controllable. So ignorance is a tool of domination or tyranny. I mean. But the other one, and it was discussed a bit earlier, is fear. People are living in fear. So they're in boxes. So why are we in fear? Adele, maybe I should hit you up with that one. But why do you think, and do you think I'm right? Or do you think I'm imagining this, that we are, have been moving in a state of fear of each other, fear of knowing, and,
I think there's always a certain element of fear when it comes to technology and advancing in technology and spreading that technology. And is information too much information? And is it true information? That's another thing which comes with information. How true is it? And are we exposing people to information they should not see or they should see? And say that again, sorry?
Our decision to decide what they see and don't see.
No, I don't think so. But I think there are certain ways that we, can possibly, structure that information in a way that it doesn't necessarily land in front of your face without the choice of you seeing that information. So I think there is a certain, it's not, I wouldn't say control, because control is completely different, but putting a structure around that information and also spreading that information, as you said, like you want everyone to have that. It's not up to us whether they should or they shouldn't. They all should have it. Exactly what Sherelle said. It should be like something that, you get like food and water, you get access to it. You don't want to withhold it. And why would you withhold it? But then give them the choice to what they do and they don't want to see.
They can. And what they can and can't access, or what is relevant, it needs to come from us. It makes I was trying to look up something on earlier to see that someone mentioned to me that the FBI is investigating the church for possible terrorism. And I said the church, not the mosque. But then I wasn't sure. Is it real truth? What is the truth? I needed to verify, and what source? And it's amazing. We're talking about access, and sometimes we talk about access and who has access. Is it? I want to make sure that everybody in the world has access. The alternate is a vision of when we're all connected, but access to what? And is it truthful, or is it fake news, or is it even a video of me or someone, or is that a as was discussed earlier, a recreation of me? Major. How do you see it in India as there's massive advances going on there?
Great ask, Lubna. Thanks for asking. And in fact, this was the question which was asked by me in my first panel discussion as well in GatherVerse only. And I would very strongly say, since I advocate governance and ethics, since India advocate ethics and governance, so we have a very structured and a very governed way of progressing. The ethics part, in terms of not breaching the security, when it comes for advancing or implementing any kind of technological advancement, is very much ensured, because people are very sentimental, people are very sensitive in disclosing about their identities. Then we are also bridging. India is a huge country with more than like 30 states, and at every 30 kilometers, it's a different culture. It's a different even language which is spoken. So that kind of gap, when is bridged, covering all the kind of levels of people, all the kind of segments of people, a lot of issues come up, and that's where the technology, when is getting implemented, we are very much well versed about the inclusive part of it, ethics part of it, and we always have a a long term sustainable mindset, so that any investment when goes into in implementing any kind of technological change should not get wasted. So the funds which are being used in implementing any kind of maybe VR or AR, it should not get wasted. So we have implemented UPI. I mean, like, even we go for any kind of small miscellaneous shopping as well. We have very much digitization being implemented at every level. So that is where the governance, the ethics, and the sustainability of any project, we do have that kind of consideration in mind.
So, and I think access should be to knowledge indeed should be ubiquitous, and indeed we have the technology to do it. And Adele, with the holograms, I can just imagine advancing our abilities to get past the is it fake or is it real, through connecting, somehow enabling the communities to connect with each other, to provide that level of connectivity, and then they can open the door or not. You sort of open the window or not. But do you see, Adele, and a future, or what can we do in the immediate term so that we can truly leverage such technologies? And you, with being from the position you come from, Cisco, you could maybe elaborate a bit more on how technically viable, and then what we need to do from a business point of view.
Sure. Yeah, sure. So, I mean, with the technology that we're working on today, you know, we actually, the approach we took to this was to strip away the technology and to look at the person and the human, and about representing the person. So we didn't start, even though we're like a very technical company, we didn't start with the technology problem that we were solving, but actually with how we ensure that we keep the person present and how we ensure that the person is represented. So with a lot of these technologies that are coming today, and they're, you know, as you mentioned, look, like about deep fakes, and is that the real person, and is the video I'm looking at the real person, and what they're saying the real thing. And what we wanted to do is put the person at the center of the problem that we were trying to solve. And our approach was trying to solve, you know, allowing the person to be present even when thousands of miles apart, or not, you know, in that major city with the role that they were in, and having them present in the room of the meeting that they're in, and getting the same attention as somebody who was present in the room that we were in. And with our solution, that can be possible. So what we have is we bring the person into the room as a in photorealistic holographic form, like not a blue blur, like actually like as they are in person. And then the audience consume that person. They see them using an augmented reality headset, and they do genuinely feel the presence of them in the room. And we can't even do videos of this when we're showing it to people, because there is an emotional feeling of presence. There is there is way more engagement. The person gets way more presence. And for us, and for what I'm passionate about, is if you are remote, that you do still get to be present in those meetings, and you do still get the attention that you deserve. Like what we're seeing now with the pandemic, post-pandemic, like hybrid is here to stay. Like we've leapfrogged into this hybrid world. And I think it's like 55% of people now have the opportunity to work remote, which is fantastic. But out of that, about 30% of people want a blend of the kind of partially in the office, partially from home. And then some people want to be fully remote. And, you know, going back to what you said at the start of the conversation in relation to, we're all women here on this panel, and I'm sure there's a mix attending remotely. But there's always been a bit of a glass ceiling for women anyway in the corporate world. And as a result of this hybrid work model, what we're seeing is women are actually leaning in to working remotely. And so they should, and that suits their work-life balance more so. But what we don't want to do is bring in an additional problem for them to not feel that they are present in the meetings, to not be represented, to suddenly get less of a chance to being promoted because they are suddenly
more of a chance.
Yeah, exactly. So what we feel about bringing the person in, giving them that presence, is really important for them to represent.
A lot of a lot of amazing applications. Just bringing emotional connection, being close to someone that you wanted to be near, and you have no physical way of being next to them. I can, if it was pervasive during the lockdowns that created so much emotional distress for people, it might have been a bit more. But Emily, Christina, and Allison, what do you think about this? Clearly, we have such extreme of access to technology. I mean, again, there's no shortage of amazing technology. Where is the shortage? And with that, how do we uncover the opportunity? Because I think we have an amazing opportunity right now. It's a short window to reset, while we're in the process of a reset, the trajectory. So Whoever wants to go first, unmute. And please, thank you, Christina.
Well, so for our work in Edify, for example, where we started in the Philippines, and there is access. However, it's not all equal access, of course, and a lot of that is exacerbated by being in a developing nation. So a lot of the work that we have is creating those on-ramps to kind of give that gentle nudge to people and say, hey, look at what's available. Look at this. It will give you a lot more access, right? The idea of decentralization, for example, that's a large idea for someone who has been in a society where everyone is given sort of all of these rules. So you kind of have to give gentle nudges and say, hey, why not explore this, and give them that confidence to go through it, and it will be safe. I think, as Ido was saying, it's very important to create a safe environment where people aren't getting into situations where they find themselves in even bigger trouble because they entered into something that, oops, that link was awful. So it's that for us, that's really where we're coming at it from, giving opportunities even where, hey, let's use this cool technology. For us, it's VR combined with Web3 technologies that allow you to get certifications, for example. And so getting you sort of accustomed to that idea, and you now owning those certifications and having control of who sees them and what you do with it. That sort of idea, I think.
Yeah, we definitely can have a whole session on identity and certifying truths. And oh my God, I'd love to have that deep session. But Emily, Alison, yes, please.
Yeah, great conversations. And I think for me, I wanted to maybe take it from the way to bring equity is to really lay some of that responsibility on the state as citizens. And I love that concept of like constantly thinking about citizens and then all citizens is we need to be making those demands of the states in every country. And as we said, you can only access everything that we're talking about, even being here, being present, if you have the means to do that. Yeah. So we need to be absolutely on behalf of those people who don't have the access that we're sitting here with, calling for action from governments and then from regions as they come together, and then, for instance, from the EU, from the UN, everyone to say, how do you do exactly what was said? Broadband should be a utility. There should not be something that keeps people in that position that they are excluded. So I think for me, there's two big calls of actions I would ask for is, one, that we are absolutely calling on states to take their responsibility. We are citizens who vote, and somehow we've got to get everyone out there voting. And perhaps if we use the blockchain for identity and voting, we might actually get a different balance of people in power because we'd have more people voting. But anyway, put that to the side. The second big thing that to me is really important is education. Because we've all talked about information. How do we decipher information, get through it? There is so much out there. When it's always going to, and it's going to keep growing and growing. The more we help children and young people, the education we provide them is on the tools of the future. We need to help them understand the tools of the future and how to develop skills that match the future, even though actually we don't know 85% of the jobs that are going to exist in the future. But we need to help them understand, how do they decipher information? How do they do those checks and balances? How are they inquisitive rather than just take something presented to them? So my big cause in all that we talk about, because I generally feel tech can be the most exclusive thing possible because it's always a cost to it and it's never there for everyone. But it's how do we help people be educated and how do we call on states to actually take the responsibility to take care, which was also another great word, to take care of all their citizens, to put us all in that position. So there would be my calls for action.
Wouldn't it be amazing to move us from an extractive economy or a commercially focused only economy to a care-based economy? Emily.
Yeah, no, I love how this conversation has gone so far. This has been great. I think I agree with pretty much everybody here. In terms of what I can think of now, I think that, you know, we do need to maintain a little bit of perspective with our technology. Like the fact that we are here having this conversation shows that we have a certain level of privilege because we have access to this technology. And I did a panel at the She Summit, and I had someone reach out to me afterwards, and they kind of made an excellent point, which is, you know, we're talking about accessibility, but the people that we're trying to get access to don't have access to tell us how we can help them get access, you know? And I think that, you know, we see the benefits of our technology, and it has allowed us to connect across the world, and this conversation is evidence of that. But we also need to make sure we don't forget everyone else, you know, like we can talk about trying to get headsets to people, trying to get phones to people, but there are so many people out there who are just concerned about water, you know, and we do need to maintain that perspective. Because obviously digital elitism is something that we do need to seriously consider moving forwards. And we also need to make sure that we don't isolate ourselves by committing to technology. And at the same time, we do obviously recognize that technology has been massively beneficial and that it can help so many people in so many ways. And I very much believe that information should be a basic right. And as extension, the internet should be a basic right. Because, hi Astro, thanks. This is really bad timing. I'm kind of in the middle of something. Dude, can you just like...
This would be normally myself.
This is Astro. He doesn't like it when the attention isn't on him, so he's just sitting here now. But yeah, no, that's basically, I think everyone has made some excellent points there, and I agree with it.
And it's all goes to show that we genuinely, it's not a shortage of innovation or technology, and it's important, I think, to note that we are gathered here under the banner of GatherVerse, and we think a lot about the metaverse. But the metaverse in many ways is another iteration at us projecting what is in our with Second Life, some in the 90s, if any of you remember that. But it's stitching of our realities and realities we would want to have, and it ultimately can be a tunnel or a bridge that would enable us to have this hybrid existence. And it isn't a thing we have to go to, it's a tool, yet another tool that enables us to advance across all the other sciences and all of our systems that we live by and that govern us. And so the issue isn't really about the technology. It's actually keeping up with the pace and where we direct our efforts, where we place emphasis. So all of that is grand, but our economic models still are not necessarily, and the systems that we are governing ourselves by, the framing that we live by, where we think what we can and can't do, is the limiting factor. In fact, we can wake up tomorrow and all decide, every one of us, like we said, we the people, that we have a voice, that we step up, and all of us especially to have access. And those of us who have access have more of a reason to step up because we have the bigger problem. We are the creators of the problem, in fact, and we have different problems. We have problems of access. You know, the fake news, the extortion of your IP rights, etc., etc. So the fact is, and correct me if I'm wrong, and just rapid fire, do we need to change our economic systems, and do we need to address this I think your point, Allison, that we need to step up to the plate, each and every one of us, and start electing to stand up for the causes and the things we believe in, rather than electing someone else to speak on our behalf. And then, well, we know the rest of that story. Please.
Well, it's both, isn't it? It's us stepping up and also electing the people who are going to speak on our behalf, who represent us. We have for so long been represented by, in the UK, I can talk about specifically that those who elect the people who represent us are generally in the top age brackets of society. And so they are absolutely, the older age brackets are therefore electing the people who are going to represent us, and they're representing people who generally look like them, because we like to do that. And there's people who are there that look like them, so they're the ones that get elected. I mean, and actually, they will also advocate for their roles. I used to be the CEO of a council in the UK, which is run by elected members. And actually, those who were elected were there because the older age range had elected them. So when it came to prioritising budgets and how they should spend it, they will want to ensure that those who elected them are seeing that they gain from being there. So therefore, is the money spent on parks, or is it spent on pavements or car parking for the older people? That's what starts to do it. And so you're right, we have to step up. We have to demand more from the state, because they have the power to secure that inclusivity that we are all seeking.
And I have to say, you saying inclusive, I'm really grateful to Chris and the GatherVerse for making this as accessible as possible. Because if I'm invited yet to another exclusive event to talk about inclusivity, I'm going to shoot myself. But please,
exactly.
What else? Any of you, please just take off the mic, unmute your mics. Let's have a conversation about this. We have a short amount of time, and there's enough of us that I would love for it to be more of just talk to me.
I want to go back to the comment about disparity. And so I recall, I believe it was about a year ago the report came out. My mind's going back. So access, right? I think Emily, you mentioned about the technological elitism, right? During the pandemic, this was ironic how in 2018 there was a note that Black women in particular were almost 40% of the workforce in U.S. public government positions. This is amazing to me. Post-pandemic, they had lost over 60% of their employment. Now, I want this to be glaring in our conversation, because technology, innovation, accessibility, and this inclusion, I think sometimes we use the word just a little too freely. Returning to work has its complexities now, because now we're returning to what I would call a supersized expectation of technological aptitude with AI, engineering, cloud computing, right? All of these roles, which we all know here gathered, we can do, right? And so I had an engagement, we spoke, and I put up all of these job roles of the top grade 6 cloud computing roles, the high demand roles, highest paying. I removed the titles of each role and just put the average requirement or skill set. And the room was filled with women of color, different backgrounds. And they were like, oh yeah, I can do it. I can do it. Then when I put the title above, there was like these pauses. I'm like, no, you were the same person who said I can do it before you saw the title. Don't let the title intimidate you. And I say that because access, technological innovation, it begins to close the wealth gap. And that's why it's so important to have these conversations. And so to like Emily's point, we're here gathered and we're talking, but more than likely, we may not be impacted as severely as those who we know we're trying to reach. So how do we actually bridge that gap? And that's why these conversations are important. I'm a part of the fellowship for Black churches and digital equity. And I want to be really clear when I say this. We are nonpartisan. We came out of the work with broadband research, NTIA, Department of Commerce, calling on the states, local government, doing the groundwork. We've been doing the work and making our civil workers, leaders, representation, and government come together and be accountable. And I think like these are the ways and these are the conversations that we have to constantly perpetuate. And our job is to look at the FCC maps, make sure infrastructure dollars are going where they're supposed to go, and building programs to help the beneficiaries of the underserved. And I think that's how we have to push the envelope. And it's hard work, but it's worthy work. But correlate wealth, opportunities, being able to purchase homes, have employment, innovation, and education. I think those are the conversations we have to push.
It sounded to me from the beginning of what you said, self-esteem and stepping out of the bounds of where you, especially for women or disabled, which I think we need to provide more access to and have more at the forefront of our thinking. We need to step out of our way so we can and step up to the plate so that we can actually achieve the potential that we have. Except that example you gave with removing the titles.
Removing the title. Because the challenge is that I think the challenge is that
that's the mental barrier that they had. It wasn't a real barrier.
Right.
Major Namrat, I
Namrat.
Yeah, I don't want to miss, but you know you have the military experience.
Yes.
How do you see how do you see, and maybe this is a very bad question, but
go ahead.
It hurts me that we still fund things to do with war, or that we are in the same breath like thinking about defense in the form of missiles and applying any technology, because that's also technology. That there's also technology that is saving a human life, like that. That is saving any life, that is saving the planet. And yet, can government be reformed such that we redirect to the advances of humanity rather than this rapid self-destruction?
That's a wonderful and a very profound question, Lubna. And and the kind of situation we are in right now. Globally, when we see the Ukraine-Russia thing going on, China kind of, China, Taiwan, we are expecting. I don't want to dwell more into it in this forum, but definitely, see, wars take place at a very, very different way altogether. They have very different, agendas, and they have very different mindsets altogether when war breaks out. Because in every country, be it any country in the world, small little operations keeps happening in borders. Yet, when a war breaks out, there's a massive amount of economic resources, human resources, missiles, ammunition, all these things comes into play. So war of formal official war breaks out only and only when things goes to an extreme level. And we can see that how Ukraine and Russia are kind of progressing, and there are talks on even missiles. Nuclear power as well, use of this thing.
It's not a vacuum, right? It's not happening in a vacuum. Countries are supporting. It's like we're having this.
Countries are definitely supporting. Yeah, so we extended our hand when refugees were. There's a very big NGO, Akshay Patra, which has extended its outlets almost across the world. And their kitchen in London extended their supply chains to Poland. And all the kinds of foods were given to refugees in Poland. So yes, definitely, we are definitely the neighboring countries, all the countries, the entire world, comes ahead when such kind of situations come, and or rather, I should say, emerge. And in fact, India has a policy of Vasudhaiva Kutum, so that the world is one, and that's how we are
Yes.
leading our G20 presidency as well. Having said that, done that, I'm just reminding one of a very famous quote of Steve Jobs, where he says, "Technology by itself does not make leaders. Technology only amplifies true leadership." So, of all the time, sorry.
Yes, I'm agreeing that it amplifies what is within.
Yes, so we are talking about marginalized community. We're talking about inclusivity. We're talking about racism. We're talking about women. All these things, and we're talking about hybrid work culture and all these kind of things. So technology will emerge. I mean, and when we are given that kind of work from home or remote work, and today also we all are working from home, and but still we are connected. So the leadership is emerging. The technology cannot be set aside. It is, if technology is emerging, then at least then that is a time where we are actually realizing what true leadership is, and how true leadership is kind of emerged. So that's what I would like to say. And there was one very great app which was developed by PwC. They launched a digital fitness app available for free download. And this app enabled people to round out their knowledge and understanding of technologies shaping their world. So, this kind of initiative to digitally upskill the world is an example of how technology can really give back to the community. And
Yes.
then you spoke about this model. I'll just pitch in a bit. From the model developed by Jackson et al. In 1989, we have already concluded that steps that may be taken powering the marginalized through community work are developed, our developmental casework, then our by mutual support, issue identification, campaigning, community participation, and social movements. So this is the kind of model, proven model, rather I should say, which has already been developed, years before in 1989 when things were started in this kind of era. So I think all these models, I mean, even I do research and I do, mentor startups and entrepreneurs. These kind of models, which are already proven in the world, always should be taken into consideration to again make a sustainable, economical kind of framework, because this makes efficiency, this makes an improved efficiency, and since they're proven, so we can expect them to be more sustainable.
Thank you. Thank you for that. And that still, Christina, do you, if and then Emily, please, on this, because at the end of the day, I still think we need to activate the people who have access, and we need to be able to better listen to who doesn't have access, and in what way they need the access. And there is a shared learning, because it's both sides. I mean, we want to extend access. We think we want to extend access because we do the right thing for those who don't have digital access. But before that, and I would love to do that, not just because I'm a technologist, but also because that means they have energy and communications, because you cannot have access without having power and telecommunications infrastructure, which means would then further enable access to the rest of the technologies, not just to sit in the metaverse or anything, but then what else is needed to create sustainability, to establish permaculture, to create any of the things that we need to create to help a community restore its dignity, its self-sustaining capacity that it had. But how do we go about activating the youth and the elders alike in the world that has the access, and the world that has sufficient reach? Because a lot of these underserved communities, they're not lacking the knowledge, they're lacking the link. Do you think
create that bridge that would allow us to actually learn what we need to learn so that we can affect the change that we need to affect within our own structures in society.
Well, I think for sure, constant listening, right? And not jumping in just because, like you said, I definitely want to share what I have with everyone, but listening to what the steps are actually that are needed to get there, because perhaps we don't see a lot of the steps that some people need, especially in areas that are underserved, right? And you miss complete links. And so then the stickiness of what we're trying to do, it just falls apart. So this well-meaning of, yes, I want to get this done, perhaps it's a much slower process than we would like it to be. But that process of going through that slowly will ensure its stickiness. And remembering too that what works in one space may not in another community, right? This transference, some of course is transferable, but a lot of it is not, because things are just different in different areas. And so being able to be sensitive to a lot of that, I think, is the key. And it's just that listening piece for sure.
Words of wisdom.
Yeah, no, I definitely think that learning to listen is kind of a key part of this. You know, in school, we all learn how to talk, but we don't necessarily learn the listening skills that come with a conversation. And you see this all the time, the way people just cut in and interrupt with some emotional outburst. And if you are talking to someone, well, not me, but, you know, sometimes when you're talking to someone, you know, if you don't like what you're hearing, you can just block that out and you stop listening to what they're saying. And you instead just interpret what you expect to hear that then fuels that emotional outburst. Like I'm Generation Z, so I feel like I'm the youngest person here. And I do think that we as a generation need to be more involved in these kinds of conversations. Like, we think differently, we see the world differently, and this creates a lot of challenges when we are in an education system that is not designed by or for us. It's designed by the older generations who don't think differently and see the world differently, and they've already come to certain conclusions about the world and conclusions about humanity and our role in this world, and then they are teaching their conclusions to us. You know, our education systems are very copy-paste based on memorization rather than self-exploration and creativity. And there's this kind of, I almost want to say backlash, but I don't think that's the right word, in the education systems, because for our generation, we've been totally immersed in this technology our whole lives. And like, I, at least, I'm grateful that I remember the time of slide phones and like brick phones. So I'm like part of the older section of Gen Z that I remember that. But you know, like for us, this has always been there. So then when we go into an education system based on memorization, where we have to memorize dates and we have to memorize things that other people have done, it's kind of insulting to our intelligence, because we have the internet. Like, we can just ask our phones and we'll get the answer. So for us, it's not necessarily cultivating us to be the best people that we can be, if that makes sense. And then, you know, it's kind of funny when we talk about like voting and stuff like that. And like, I do believe that, you know, free access to information is crucial for us to move forwards and to come to our own conclusions. But we need to have the education in how to process that information, how to approach information, and how to identify bias, and then how to deal with that bias once you're faced with it. So the problems arise in like our voting system, where the older generations take up a lot of the votes, just because they are more involved in that. But they are from a different generation pre-internet. So when they're doing their own research on the internet, they're going to be more susceptible to misinformation because they didn't learn about how to identify that in school. So it's kind of this funny little balance there. Like for me, I won't I want more people of the younger generation to get involved. And it's great to see that, the Fridays for Future movement has really picked up a lot of attention a few years ago. But, there's still so many people that don't vote just because they feel like they have no power. And especially in the younger generation, it's like depression is just so prevalent in our generation, because not only do we have like a greater awareness, like the technology brings us so many stories of all the awful things that are happening. And for us, this is what we're inheriting. Like, this is the legacy that we're inheriting. And then, it's really difficult. Like, it's really difficult for so many people when like you reach an age where you realize that like the world has been crippled and you are expected to do something about it, but you're too young to have a vote, and so that triggers a lot of depression in that sense, and a lot of anxiety, which is also fueled by the media, social media as well, in terms of how trends work that way. So that's important, again, to have awareness into how algorithms send us information on social media, which can then lead to like concentrated views, as I call it, or like extremist views. And it can put you into like a very negative mindset or one-sided mindset, just looking at how social media trends work based on your history, which is all very interesting, but obviously it can have some severe ramifications, as we've seen in our election processes over the last few years. But if we can bring awareness to that and education to that, then I do see it as something we're able to work past with a little bit more self-awareness. Yeah.
I can't thank you enough for this wonderful close. I've always, when you said about voting for children, I always, since my daughters were young, they wanted to influence my vote. So I split my vote. They had to vote for me, and I voted on the behalf of the collective. But yes, I totally agree with you. The youth need to have a voice. Every individual that's affected, but we can all have. That's what excites me about this technology, is that it can give us all, if we implement it, if you put the right governance and the right frameworks, every single individual can have a voice, even if that voice is to use as an extension, like when you stack on each other. But rather than stacking up, that we stack out and we assist each other, that what is good for us is what is good for the collective. And the community. I mean, Earth is like a beach ball. You put a hole in it in one place. It's not like the rest is going to sit pretty. It just demonstrates immense ignorance on our leadership. So I really apologize, Emily, to you and all of the young people for how we've behaved, and also for the elders that we have disrespected in the way we've handled ourselves in the name of profitability. So if we just shift how we measure success and profitability by the well-being of human dignity, by fun, by the joy of life and gratitude, I think everything would be changed. And I agree with you. Old thinking is not going to solve the old problems that it's created. We need new thinking, and we need to shed these beliefs of what we can and can do, or that we have to fight each other or solve the problems of past. We have what we have. Let's deal with it. I would like to ask each of you, we're out of time, and Chris will shoot me, but we did start a little late. So if any of you has something that you want to say before we close this panel, please unmute your mic and say something, but note that we are over time and it's to my head. Sorry.
I would just say a call to action, that this is about we change the world and create the world we want by every human being taking a role in that. This is not a group of women's responsibility. This is everyone's responsibility to do that. And so that's it. Call to action. Look around you, notice what's happening, and if everything is the same, then you need to do something different.
I just want to add to that as well. I think representation is key. If the leaders that are making the decisions, who have the funds, who have the access to technology, really get the voice of the people who have the problem, and they're represented as part of those decisions and not making decisions on their behalf, that is so important. There's no point in them assuming what's right for them, but actually, being represented. Exactly what Emily said. There's no point in somebody making a decision for you who does not live in your situation. And I think Christina touched on that too. Everything is different for everybody. But those voices need to be heard and they need to be represented in those decisions.
Anyone else?
I would just say to remember that we are a collective community that are responsible for each and every human to have the best life.
Well, thank you. I'll close that clearly, and especially from what Emily highlighted, the issues of access, the issues of inclusivity, all of them are not just affecting the developed or developing, they are affecting us as humanity. And it's up to all of us to do something. And I know we can. Even those who are not connected, they are probably having a lot more blissful time in many ways than we are, but there is a lot to learn from them and from their culture and from what them being any other culture outside of what you define yourself to fit in within. And I pray and look for the day where we all just see ourselves as kind human, enjoying this form of being. I thank you all for your attention and time. Thank you for all the comments in the chat. I will try and look at it now with more responsiveness. Thank you so much, and see you next time. May our rest of our gather be as well as what's past and beyond.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Bye-bye.
What is Chinaverse? Well, what is Metaverse? Today, there's still no global industry or popular consensus on what Metaverse is. Everyone is talking about it, and no one knows what it is. Weird. So anyone can use the word to mean basically anything they want. How we define the word reflects our own values and interests. Chinaverse also has no real definition in place. Actually, it's not a popular term. Chinaverse, the word in English, has been used only occasionally by Western media as a shorthand for China's metaverse. The word in Chinese, I seem to be the only one actually using it often. So how do we talk about Chinaverse versus metaverse? Out of my thousands of LinkedIn connections related to metaverse, Tony Parisi is in my personal top 10 list of influencers. I don't know for sure how influential he is out there, but he influenced me a lot. In the first article I wrote, in my column for a Chinese metaverse community, I wrote about Tony's 7 rules of metaverse. Published in 2021, seems ages ago now with the metaverse speed. He put forward his personal vision of metaverse. Here I'm going to use Tony's 7 rules as my framework to talk a little about the thing we call metaverse and Chinaverse. Rule number 1, there is only one metaverse. Tony has actually embedded a definition of metaverse in rule number 1. It is the sum total of all publicly accessible virtual worlds, real-time 3D content and related media that are connected on an open global network controlled by none and accessible to all. Well, the reality is so many people around the world, corporations, governments, are building their metaverses, or they claim to. So unless people gradually merge all their metaverses, there will be millions of metaverses out there soon. But there's only one Chinaverse. Is it good news? Wow. Whether one is a good number is cultural and personal. But in this case, I wish there's only one metaverse and no Chinaverse. I mean, if each nation has its own metaverse, what's the point? Rule number 2, the metaverse is for everyone. The metaverse is for everyone as defined by our most broad social rules and inclusion. I'm all for inclusion, but for the Chinaverse to be inclusive is very challenging. Nearly 30 years into the internet age, there are still lots of people not included. Take the pandemic as the case. Everyone in China was managed through their mobile phones, health codes, itineraries, very efficient, sorry, no privacy. But there were senior citizens who are not very good at using a phone and they encounter difficulties in accessing services and assistance, even in public transport. Would Chinaverse further exclude some people? Because our society always focuses on mainstream young population much more than the old and the weak. Rule number 3, nobody controls the Metaverse. Tony elaborated that the Metaverse is the universal commons for digital communication and commerce, intermediated as needs dictate, governed as required for the common interest, toward the greatest good for the greatest number. Do Microsoft, Google, or Meta wants to control the Metaverse? Do US, French, or government, or Japanese government want to control the Metaverse? Probably yes, but they couldn't, and they know they couldn't. Monopoly is the best business model and the most efficient MO to run a country. But the mainstream value of the world consider monopoly bad, harmful, even evil. China actually embraces blockchain technology proactively, but it is alliance chain, supported by multiple entities, with each one in charge of one or several nodes. It is not tokenized. It is not really decentralized. Just as NFT in China is not NFT as understood in the outside world, and ECNY is not cryptocurrency, but only a digital version of the currency issued by the state. Rule number 4, the Metaverse is open. It is built upon interoperable technologies and tools, connected via rigorously defined and broadly agreed upon free and open communications standards. While the Metaverse Standard Forum was formed only 8 months ago, I believe we can optimistically expect the coming of an open ecosystem for Metaverse. Chinaverse may be a different story. China's reform and opening up policy has been around for 45 years and is still focusing on the economic domains. To be a real part of the open Metaverse or to have an open Chinaverse is still a huge challenge. Rule number 5, the Metaverse is hardware independent, meaning it is accessible on any device, regardless of display type or form factor. This might be the only rule that both Metaverse and Chinaverse would follow. Real-time 3D content will be the major type of content in the Metaverse, and not relying on limited types of access device and user interfaces also mean maximum inclusiveness. Experiences should be designed flexibly to accommodate individuals with disabilities or impairments. The Metaverse for everyone, rule number 2. Rule number 6, the Metaverse is a network. The Metaverse is a computer network connecting the world's publicly accessible virtual experiences, real-time 3D content, and relay media. Underneath the fancy 3D immersive interactive features, the Metaverse is an information network. As such, the quality and quantity of information will be a critical measurement of its value. We can see very well in the recent craze about ChatGPT. Among all its amazing abilities and speed, there's this Achilles heel. Is the information true? The Chinese internet has been flooded with fake news, rumors, and the likes, despite strict content control from authority. Would Chinaverse not only continue but even amplify such untruthfulness in information? Rule number 7, the Metaverse is the internet. Look at the internet. Yes, we have the deep net, the dark net, and all the hidden places. But in general, we have one internet, and the whole world is basically connected. But as of today, many of the world's most popular websites and apps are blocked in China, including Google, Facebook, YouTube, Twitter, Instagram, WhatsApp, Wikipedia, LinkedIn, etc., etc. There's already a ChinaNet which is not exactly the same as the internet. What the internet has failed to achieve, a true global network, is rather unlikely to succeed in Metaverse. Will Chinaverse, the successor to ChinaNet, be only partially connected to the global Metaverse? Now, a few last words. So what's the path ahead? Will there be two verses, one Chinese and one rest of the world? Paris's 7 rules is actually a manifesto. He was very confident that a Metaverse following the rules would be inevitable, his own word. I'm not so sure. Chinaverse is one of the uncertainties. Going back to where we start, the lack of consensus on what Metaverse means. Maybe I should create my own 7 rules of Metaverse or Chinaverse. Maybe you should too. Defining is an act of power. Defining is also an act of empowerment. I think what GatherVerse advocates regarding the human side of the Metaverse is very important. The 8 standards it proposed could be developed into a manifesto that touches upon the soul of the Metaverse, to use a spiritual term. We should spend much more collective intelligence first, then resources on the dimensions of humanity, education, accessibility, equality, safety and privacy, community, wellness, and ethics. Unlike the universe, Metaverse is artificial. We humans are creating it. We have the responsibility to make Metaverse good, better, and best for humanity. Thank you.
Hello, GatherVerse Summit 2023 attendees. I'm Kiki Orski from peakperformanceleader.com, and I'm excited to be part of this community and part of this conversation about the human approach to the metaverse. How do we make sure that we take the people side of the business into consideration as we explore the unlimited potential of the metaverse? You see, we didn't do the people side of business so well before the internet. And with the advent of the internet and the virtual reality possibilities that are coming our way, we as a collective group need to keep the people at the center of everything we do. And that's what Smash the Silos, my newly released book, is all about. It's how do we improve collaboration so that we can have the best results for everyone, for the companies that are involved in the innovation and the clients who are going to experience the end result and the enjoyment and the fulfillment of what the metaverse can offer. And so the book is based on the 4 buckets of organizational health that I'd like to make that correlation between business and the metaverse. And how do we move forward in always keeping the people at the center? And so the first quadrant of banishing silos is about how individuals show up, right? So we know that innovation and creativity and advances in the metaverse are happening faster than what we ever thought was humanly possible. But what we cannot lose sight of is how each individual, whether they're involved in the innovation or benefiting from the innovation, will be included and will be addressed. And so the first quadrant of the silo solution, which is silos are those invisible barriers that prevent mission critical information from passing person to person, office to office, department to department, right? Company to company. Right? If we want to banish those silos, we have to first consider the first quadrant of organizational health, which is how individuals show up. And so as we look at the metaverse and as we look at how Technology is changing so vast in our virtual reality world. How do we make sure individuals understand that it's for the benefit of everyone that we need to consider the continuing exploration of improvement? How do we help our experts that we hire in each of our companies to understand it's for everyone's use? It's not just for their own success, but for the success of the company and client use at the end. How do we go around the silo solution and look at the second quadrant of organizational health, which is strategic partnerships, which are the people that are needed in order for our companies that are investing so deeply into the metaverse? How do we make sure that we are exploring and benefiting and building and strengthening the partnerships that are needed to develop the best products, the most creativity, and the best innovation? How do we make sure our individuals, as well as from a corporate standpoint, we are working together collaboratively? And then how do we go around to the third quadrant of organizational health, which is processes and policies and procedures? How do we make sure that when we are all investing in the future of the metaverse, that we understand we are humans and that human behavior is inconsistent? Yet we know for a fact that when we apply consistent standards, that our output and our results are better. So how do we ensure that everybody is working in the same direction and we're working from the same set of standards and guidelines and best practices as we continue to innovate and create a virtual world where everybody can benefit and where there's less and less security issues and privacy issues? And finally, as we come around to the fourth quadrant of organizational health in the silo solution, where we want to banish the invisible barriers that prevent us from doing our best work and creating the best output, how do we address P4, which are performance metrics? Meaning, how do we define success? In a world that's changing so rapidly and technology is advancing so quickly, how do we ensure that we're measuring success collectively? How do we make sure we're all on the same page so that we all benefit? Right? It's about understanding that consistency, collaboration, that connection, that community is what is going to help to advance the metaverse. It is that connection, that community that's going to keep the human-centered approach to the metaverse, that will take it beyond technology and help to improve lives of everybody who wants to take advantage of it. So when we're looking at the metaverse and we want to take advantage of its potential, we can't forget that people are at the core of what we do. Both how we show up as individuals and how we collaborate as partners. How we collectively create the rules and regulations about what we do moving forward, and how we measure success. Because whether our organization is in brick and mortar or is in the world of technology outside, we have to remember that people are at the core. Collaboration is the key. Community is what gives strength to our innovations and our creativity. We have to smash the silos. We have to get rid of those barriers that prevent us from doing our best work if we want the metaverse to turn into the dream that it can be. Right now, silos have been around for decades, just like the concept of the metaverse. And so what we want to do is we want to make sure that we take advantage of the advancements and we don't delay any longer with keeping the people at the center of what we do. We want to make sure that we don't have those barriers that prevent people from enjoying the benefits of technology, virtual reality, and all that it offers us. We want to make sure that we are educating everybody at whatever level they're at, whether it's age or experience or education. We want everybody to have access to the metaverse because the potential is unlimited. But we can't forget to focus on the people, right? We need to have that human-centered approach to all the advances we make in order for everyone to benefit. So if you want to get on the bandwagon with me and help smash these silos, smash the invisible barriers that are preventing mission-critical information from flowing person to person, office to office, department to department, or company to company, then join me on this adventure of smashing these silos. Because when we work collaboratively, when there's diversity of thought and idea and collaboration and challenge and innovation, and when we put our great minds together, amazing things can happen. So thank you for taking the time to listen to this. I'm Kiki from peakperformanceleader.com. And I'd love to share the work and smash the silos. And I'm happy to introduce it to you and share any information that you'd like. Thank you. Kiki at peakperformanceleader.com. Let's bring the human back to the business.
Hey everyone, welcome to the 2023 GatherVerse Summit. I'm Jenny Watts, and it is my pleasure to be here with you today to share some thoughts on current technologies within the metaverse, specifically on ways we can take a human-centered approach to communicating within the environment of artificial intelligence. I've spent my entire career in communications, and I currently work as a business mentor and messaging strategist for service-based entrepreneurs to help them communicate more effectively with their audiences and grow their business. The work I do for my clients enables them to dig deep into the core of their business to truly understand what sets them apart and serve their clients and customers in the best ways possible, which allows their business to flourish. Today, we have so many tools at our disposal to communicate with and to speak with our customers. We have never been more connected and yet still so far apart. As content creators, and we are all content creators in one way or another, it's our job to make those connections and hopefully to make them in ways that help close the distance. We used to create content for other people. Today, however, we create content for search engines. We stuff our articles and posts with keywords for SEO ranking. And somewhere along the way, we lost some of our humanity. And now AI is up in our game. People are using ChatGPT to create content, which is great. It can save us time. It can help us generate ideas. It can give our customers instant responses to their questions. It can write emails for us. It can translate text for us from one language to another. It can provide summaries of complex information. It can even find mistakes in the code that we write. AI-generated content, however, can also be detected more than 95% of the time by other programs, giving search engines the option to flag content and even penalize content creators for it. Now, more than ever, we need to create more human-centered content. I asked ChatGPT to tell me what makes us human, and here's what it came up with. We're conscious and self-aware. We can perceive, think, and experience emotions. We are aware of our own existence and of our own mortality. We can imagine and create damn near anything we want to. We have a sense of right and wrong. We have ethics and morals. We have complex cultural traditions and practices, from our ancestral roots to our religion to our spirituality. And we thrive on creating meaningful connections with others. I'd say that ChatGPT did pretty well with that response, wouldn't you? Okay. So I then asked ChatGPT to tell me what it's like at the beach. I know it's pretty broad, but here's what it said. It described the sounds and the scenery, the feel of the sand in the water, and the sun and the weather. Quote, The sounds of waves crashing against the shore is one of the most distinctive sounds at the beach, and it can be incredibly soothing to listen to. There may also be sounds of seagulls and other beach wildlife. The scenery at the beach is often beautiful, with wide stretches of sand, the expanse of the sea, and perhaps some cliffs or rocks in the distance. The colors of the ocean and sky can be stunning, with varying shades of blue and green. Walking on the sand can feel soothing and grounding, and many people enjoy the feeling of sand between their toes. The water can be refreshing and cool, and swimming or playing in the waves can be a fun and invigorating experience. Depending on the weather, the sun can be warm and comforting, or it can be intense and hot. The breeze at the beach can be refreshing and cooling, and clouds and storms can add drama to the sky. End quote. Okay, that response, while accurate, lacks humanity. It lacks depth. Many people enjoy the feeling of sand between their toes. Yes, but what is the texture? Is it warm or cool? Wet or dry? Soft or gritty? What does the sand remind you of? Clouds and storms can add drama to the sky. True. But that sentence does not elicit any drama in me. I want to feel the electricity in the air, the hairs on my arms standing up, the impending doom. And other beach wildlife? I'm not sure what that is. Is it a turtle? Is it a crab? Is it like a shark? What is it? Tell me. ChatGPT also didn't tell me what it smelled like at the beach. It completely forgot about that sense, as well as the sense of taste. Google is always upping its algorithm game, searching for the best answers to the questions posed by its users. The difference between AI-generated content and content created by humans is the experience. AI is only as good as the information we give it. But being uniquely human, as ChatGPT pointed out, means we can provide our audiences with distinctive perspectives. We can help them experience what it's like to be at the beach. Better yet, we can help them experience the solution to their problem, the solution that we are uniquely qualified to provide them. What will they experience by working with you? They don't want the bullet points. AI can provide them with that. They want to know how they will be transformed, what it will feel like to suddenly have more time or freedom or whatever it is that your solution can provide. We can use ChatGPT to provide content that's informational, to answer the basic questions. It's perfectly capable of writing for SEO. We can then focus on using our individual voices to provide our customers with perspectives that only we can generate for them. So as you are creating content for your audience, whether it's a social media post, an article or blog post, a presentation, a user experience, consider the possibilities. Ask insightful questions, either to yourself or to ChatGPT, or both, to get you started. What does working with you actually look like? Instead of hammering out a list of tasks that you will perform for your client, think about how performing those tasks for your client will benefit them. Talk about how they will feel when they can focus on their actual job instead of working on a task that they don't even like working on to begin with. What it will be like for them to be able to spend more quality time serving their customers instead of doing tedious behind-the-scenes work. The joy that they will experience when they can get a decent night's sleep instead of tossing and turning, worrying about things. The freedom of being able to attend their kids' school play or soccer game without feeling any guilt. These are the things your clients are paying you for, not the bullet points. Now, more than ever, is the time for human-centered content. I want to thank you for joining me today. I would love to stay connected with you. You can find me, Jenny Watts, on LinkedIn, and I look forward to connecting with you there and continuing the conversation on how we can take a human-centered approach to communicating with our clients in the age of technology.
Hello, hello. Welcome, everybody. Hi. Hi,
hello.
how are you doing?
Excellent.
Brilliant. I think we're just missing one person and then we're good to go. In the meantime, we will already start with introducing ourselves. Some of you I already know, but I like to start with the ones that I don't know yet. So, Ellen, please go ahead.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yeah, perfectly.
I'm with a nonprofit where we design therapies in virtual reality. We do 3 types of therapies, very scientific, neuroscience based for like Stanford and medical schools. The second type, we do indigenous psychology approaches to therapy. We do this in Uganda and in other countries, which is a bottom-up approach to a community concern. The third type we take practices from ancient civilizations and we use those for therapies. For example, we use a maze or a labyrinth for which is found in China and the Aztecs and Celtic religions, and we use that for people in shock from a natural man-made disaster. And so those are the 3 therapies. I work with 6 women with PhDs in virtual reality. Thank you for having me.
Brilliant. Welcome to join us. Sarah, welcome. Can you please introduce yourself briefly? You're on mute, sorry. Yeah.
Hi, can you hear me now?
Yeah, perfect.
All right, so it's nice to meet you all for the first time online. My name is Sarah Ussel, and I'm the CEO and founder of Shorna Web Design. We started in 2021, and our focus was basically the healthcare ecosystem. So it started with creating support solutions for hospitals and clinics, and we focused on 3 main angles. We wanted to reduce the burnout because the doctors were dying during COVID. And then we also wanted to focus on reducing the waiting time for patients. And then we wanted to get everybody to make profit, not only the doctors, but even the patients themselves. And we also were working on several things such as surgical artificial intelligence. We worked on research for patient satisfaction. We also created metaverses for hospitals and clinics, and we were working on diversity, equity, and inclusion because we wanted everybody to be involved. And recently we've been working on accessibility. So allowing people with disabilities to kind of communicate in the metaverse, be represented as who they are without any sort of single model for the metaverse. And I basically wanted to do this because it was something I needed. And my brother who passed away needed it because he had Down syndrome. So for the Down syndrome cases, the communication is not that great. And he passed away right in an emergency because there was no communication. And then I faced the same thing while I was giving birth. And that's another thing we noticed is not in the metaverse. I was trying to give birth during COVID-19, and it has been like a long battle after IVF. So it was a very precious pregnancy. It was a high-risk pregnancy. I pretty much quit my job for that pregnancy. So it was very difficult facing that. And now we're actually helping with that. We're helping with neonatology, we're helping with gynecology, we're helping with geriatric care, among others. And even the avatars, we can now dive into the internal organs as well as far as the dermatology layers. And yeah, you can basically find out more at shorna.com. If you want to reach to me, I'm there on LinkedIn with the same name. And I'm really happy to meet you all. Thank you.
Welcome. And I'm sorry for your loss, but we'll get to that part later on.
Everybody
Thank you.
lost
Welcome. Ailida, for those who don't know you yet, please introduce yourself shortly.
Hi, thank you so much, Isabel. So yes, I'm Alida. I have an organization called Ask Alida that originally took me into kind of the same scope of work that you all are talking about in the here and now, and that is the build out and design in the medical field and healthcare during COVID-19. I had a group of practitioners who had contracted me, interestingly enough, just before the pandemic hit in New York City. And so I was living it with them, and it was a pretty intense time. And so building in real time. And I was just watching the lady who was on the video just before we all came on the screen, and I was loving that she was talking about conscious awareness. And that's what makes us different than the AI programs. And so I'm excited to talk about that today because I love neuroscience, quantum physics, and epigenetics. Those are a top 3 passion for me. So I'm super grateful to be here with all of you and have an opportunity to connect. Thank you.
Brilliant. Thank you and welcome. And last but definitely not least, Christian, welcome. Happy to see you again. Tell us
hello.
Amazing work you're doing.
Yeah, great to see you as well, Isabel, and I'm super grateful to meet you all virtually. My name is Christian. I'm the founder of Blemish, and we're building a mental wellness platform for global accessibility. And so the idea really started around the COVID time in 2020, and just the will to get resources, and having to struggle and look around at the state of just our communities and seeing that there wasn't enough accessible resources for well-being. And so, I tried to just, do my very best to connect with professionals, with psychologists and technologists, psychiatrists, Reikis, and see what's possible. And so that journey led me to move from Atlanta to Paris, where I am now, with really just the desire to do in-person research, right? Not just using technology to learn about the state of well-being, but to go to different communities, to travel near and far, and build relationships, which is how I got here with GatherVerse, and just hear from the unique voices that make up our global communities and are actually, dealing with the real world problems that we're trying to solve. And so year 1 was all about research and building relationships. And then this next year 2 is about building out an application and using the research that we've learned to build out solutions. And so super happy to be here and talk more about that.
Brilliant. Welcome. I'm super happy to welcome you, and it's a real honor to have you all amongst us. My name is Isabel, and I represent GatherVerse Europe within the community. And we're all trying to put in a part for not just for us, but also for the future generations to come. And talking about that, today we will, of course, talk about technology related to wellness and humanity. If I would say technology at service of humankind, up to what extent do you believe that that is the case today in regards to wellness and humanity? Is it really at service of both or not at all, or something in between? Would love to hear your thoughts about that. Ladies first, maybe, to put it with a cliche.
Yeah. So from my perspective, I think that I can honestly say building out telehealth programs, that thank heavens we had them. And it did offer huge assistance. I think it also catapulted us into the awareness of the capability to be able to treat through this aspect of things. And not just that, but for practitioners to have a farther reach quickly and easily, to be able to make some executive calls and be able to see things firsthand, right? And so I think that has led us into the creation of many, many new things that are spurring and sprouting out from that, it sounds like, especially with the individuals that we have here with us today. And it makes me super excited for the future because it's the reach, right, that it has that I think has extreme capability. The fact that we can still have a human person involved in the equation in diagnosis, even though it's on a computer screen or a phone screen, is hugely exciting to me because people need it so desperately bad.
Okay, I'm the second lady, so
please,
if I may. So what I believe has really helped with technology is the fact that it's so diverse. It's as diverse as we are, because we are the ones that wield it as a tool. So each person's use of tech is basically why I think it's really amazing. For example, in my case, we've been working on different tiers of the technology. We weren't only working on the metaverse, we're working on the other layers where we started with web platforms, because before we shifted between Web 2 and Web 3 and the blockchain and all of that, we started somewhere. So I think tech is really great because it's how we are able to carry our history of how we operated in a certain way and then push it forward and develop it into something that we can use even down to our kids. And that's where I think it's not only accessibility. I would like to add to Aileta's point is that it's a 24/7 because it doesn't sleep, and everybody across the globe can actually get the benefit at some point in time. You don't have to have the same vigilance that you had before, or at least specifically where we were working with AI on scheduling. It was a major issue when it came to the hospitals and clinics that we worked with. The second thing was the barriers of translation. They have come very became much slower as barriers. Now we have even AI that allows you to kind of speak and in a different tongue, in a different tone, as a different person. And not to mention, it's if I don't even consider the aspects of healthcare, we've moved into cinematography. Now we have animated movies. Now we have a way to self-reflect about the way we live, because that's really part of the essence of the metaverse, is that you can actually create the same world. You're trying to replicate your current world into a digital realm, and that makes you self-reflect on each aspect that we took for granted. That essence of recreating an immersive experience, finding out what people should have in tech. It's like we're finally taking the time, we're taking the energy, and we're giving people that special treatment that they deserve. One common point I understand with Christian and I hope I'm saying Alan, I hope I'm saying the name correctly, is that when it comes to meditation, now we're not only looking into your exterior healthcare, we're looking into your mental wellness, your soul. And that's something that the corporate world really didn't consider much, especially when it came to gender equality, when it came to inclusion. All of that was out of space. But now, once they have it as a visual form right in front of them, they can take a look at the quality of life of another person and start to invest care, because now it's not only just an experience, it's a monetized experience where they know that the money is also involved and how it can affect them with the predictive AI, with all of the analytics that we can provide. People are now paying attention and knowing what they need to focus on. Like it's a pretty huge service that I don't think one session can be enough. So I'll just shut up right now, and guys, you have the platform. Thank you.
Yeah, and I think that's great. And kind of just piggybacking off of what you said, I think there's an amazing opportunity for just humans to utilize technology to create solutions that are unique to them, right? And I think that's one of the things that's so special about this opportunity and this state of the world that we're in, where technology is evolving quicker than humans are. It's just the opportunity to take different pieces of technology, whether it be AI, VR, AR, and just create real world solutions, and making real world impact through virtual experiences. I think that's so special. And just one example that comes to mind is one of our strategic partners with Blemish is a company called Metverse, and they're creating virtual environments for police to do de-escalation training, right? And to help solve the issue of police brutality, and just putting these real people into virtual environments to learn how to behave in real world situations, so that we can, help change the world and help change some of these problems that we're seeing. And so I think from that standpoint, technology is benefiting humanity and vice versa.
Yeah.
Yes, I guess if we step back and we look at assess do a cost benefit analysis, you have both negative qualities and positive qualities. I think last week there was a report showing that about 30% of young women have considered suicide in the United States, and some of that might be tied to the use of these very addictive qualities in our technologies. And so in any other country, 30% of women, there would be a national emergency. And so those are factors that need to be considered in assessing the larger picture. There is negative qualities. And then, of course, there's positive aspects to it, obviously, that our colleagues in the panel have showed today, but the negatives are significant. And specifically physical, if we're looking at this panel today as a whole person, there's a physical aspect to it that not only mental, but physical aspect that's detrimental to people's health. And I think some of what we try to do in virtual reality as far as our team is we focused on the embodied quality of virtual reality, and we're very sensitive to how that might be used in a way that can improve people's mental health as well. So there's promise, and there's also a lot of problems out there. Of course, this panel, we could go all day on the negatives there, because they're quite significant as far as mental health in our children, and how it's affected people in certain ways, that people are almost neurotic in just using the virtual reality. People even talk differently than we used to talk. And so those are a lot of significant problems. But we can cover both sides, I think, openly. Even if we work in our neck deep in technology in our professional lives, there is you have to take the ethics of what you're doing significant. It has a significant importance. You have to see yourself and think of the ethics in yourself, and consider whether what you're doing is ethical. Right now, we're doing production for high-level task thinking and awake brain surgery. So while the person's brain is open, and all these medical professionals are wonderful people, but you do have to ask yourself, okay, well, what is the end outcome of this research? What are we trying to achieve? Is there we've also worked with surgeons before who wanted to do live surgery. What if the person dies? This isn't a game. So you have to be careful. You think doctors are, in the United States, at least, doctors have the highest suicide rates than anywhere else in the world. And so there's problems in our system itself of healthcare. There's problems that doctors don't have education in philosophy or ethics, and so don't think you need to have a PhD or master's in ethics or anything like that. You just need to consider yourself and be, what are your values, your ethics, and even if you're doing stuff with really brilliant people, you have to stop and be, okay, is this the right thing? Why are we doing awake brain surgery? It's like, well, what is the purpose of this study? I mean, it might be, why does a surgeon want to be live? It's an ego thing. You're like, well, why do you want to do a live surgery? Well, what is the benefit? We're recording it, then we can put it up. And what's the point? What's next? Do you want some sponsors on your medical jacket? I think that just be careful with authority anywhere, because you assume that they have a lot of ethical background, but they don't sometimes, and they don't have a good moral compass. But just throwing that out there for a conversation.
I'm happy that you bringing it up, because that was exactly where I was going to. Because what is ethical for me is not necessarily ethical for you or somebody else. We also have to take into consideration different cultures, different nationalities, different opinions, moral values in this world. So how would we approach this global technology, because it's a global thing, but taking into consideration the local customs, and at the same time being ethically, because it's a very thin line. And it is indeed, technology can be amazing, but it's almost like a gun. Depends on who's carrying it. You can use it as a defense, but also for attack. And that's the same with technology. All depends on who is using it and the way, the intention. Please, Sarah, you wanted to say something.
I wanted to comment because we're doing the surgical artificial intelligence part. So
there's a little.
The reason they look for live streaming is just because they need a second opinion. Can you hear me? Yeah.
Yeah.
So when it comes to live streaming, you usually have more than one person feeding in. So we use it for second opinions because sometimes the doctors, they want to have all the angles covered. They don't always have all the information with them. Like I could be a specialist in gynecology, another doctor would be in internal medicine, and they need to cover the entire case. The second reason they do that is because they're doing education live. So it's like you're getting the sense of how it feels to be in a surgery room. And that on its own is an experience. It's how you move that tacit knowledge with when it's live. The third aspect is that the doctor gets a sense of how the students are feeling or what they're understanding live. And that's where you have any kind of course online. It's just the fact that it's dedicated to medicine that makes it all the more worrisome when it comes to ethics. But if you were looking at any kind of application in engineering, we do the same exact thing. We do it live. So that way you can get the feedback of your students. You're able to sort of show them one part or another, and they're able to examine all those parts that they should get to know. So that's when it comes to that aspect. When it comes to ethics, really in healthcare, it's about consent because that's where you get the permission to do something. That's when someone tells you it's okay to see X, Y, Z. And when it comes to our culture from the Arab world, we actually have dedicated schools that give you the ethics and the religious teaching with the specialization in medicine, as well as many other specializations. And some of those colleges are really well known because it's instilled there, it's a requirement for them. And not to mention the previous years where they're actually studying. You don't have to go to church school to kind of learn. There are actually schools that do the entire curriculum with the church teachings. And the same happens for everything related to a mosque or Islam. We have that acceptance where if you want to take it, you take it, but you decide where you go. And that's where I think the responsibility goes back to the parents and the authorities and the actual politics behind it all. Because in the end, they are the ones that are in control in that point in time where you're carrying out your metaverse, you're creating it. For us, we have to look at HIPAA compliance when it comes to patient data and their privacy, and we have to take care of that. But when it comes from the point of view of project management and getting the project done on time, you have so many restrictions and time limits and limited resource availability that you have to navigate and get that work done. So we can't please everybody, but we can at least be clear about what we're doing, why we're doing it, and to request the consent of the people that are accessing it to say, hey, I'm okay with this, or no, I do not want to engage with your solution. This is not okay for me. And this is another part we cover because for me as a woman, I cannot expose my body without reason to a male doctor or someone from the other gender. So what we did was to actually place restrictions on who can see what on the metaverse. It's not a general one size fits all. No, I can actually cover my body. Only a dermatologist will get to see part of my body that is affected. And that's where I'm limiting according to my own consent level, and I can easily specify that. So if we take the care as creators of this world, then I'm pretty sure we can make sure that others will find what they need when it comes to consent with what's okay. And even if they all have variations, then we'll just have to cater to all the variations one by one. So yeah, that's it.
Thank you.
I agree. I support all of that 100%. Where there is a challenge, there's always a solution. Those who are good and pure of heart will find the way to craft and create and develop that which is going to be useful for all of humanity. And now, more so than ever, I believe that that is going to be the case. again, that's one of the things that these live panels and GatherVerse and platforms and think tanks are allowing, is the collaboration and the connection of all of these people who are building and designing. And I agree, the building and the design work needs to be ethical and it needs to be mindful. To your point, Ellen, not everybody is ethical and mindful, but you know, it's for us to discern who we work with and who we do not work with, who we support and who we do not support. And, you know, that needs to be an area of focus that comes along with conscious awareness. So I'm going to take it back to that for a minute from a neuroscience perspective, because conscious awareness, it was cute because she said that was the one thing that was different than AI, right, from us. Yet neuroscience says that we're conscious only 5% of the time throughout the day as a mass humanity. And so that's where I say that's connection to spirit. Conscious awareness is your spirit. It's essentially you taking control of your mind or your physical body. Science and education, the latest science and education, or needs to come through our education systems, right? So the latest findings need to be taught and the systems need to be developed around our deficiencies. And so people really understanding how their body works, empowering them and starting to really empower people as a whole across the globe and educate them at the same time in a big push is going to help a lot of things. I think a lot of the suicide rates that we're seeing across the globe right now is also linked to people not necessarily having a sense of hope any longer, obviously, right? And that's a problem. So the fear and the anxiety push needs to kind of go away. People need to understand that they have a choice. They can make a conscious choice, conscious keyword, because we can't make any new decisions or choices until we're fully conscious and aware. And that is the one capability we have separate from AI, right? So that is what needs to increase and grow. And so people need to be taught not only how to use their body, but AI, I believe, can help accelerate this process with people becoming more consciously aware. It just, again, has to be very mindful and the right designs in order to bring them into this place of being. Yeah, that's my part on that. Thank you.
Thank you. Christian, what's your experience in terms of ethics?
Yeah, for sure. So I like what you all said, but I'm thinking about what Alan said when you say you don't have to have the PhD or be an MD, because that's kind of where I am. So sometimes I just think about am I capable of doing this, of creating a wellness platform when I don't have a PhD or only 5 years out of university, less than 5 years out of university, right? Like what makes me capable? But then I think it just goes back to the desire and the purity of heart, wanting to create and be a leader, and just this initiative to create human-centric platforms. All right. And I think a lot of that just goes back to building community and reaching out to the experts, who have been in different fields for 20, 30 years or just 10 years or just more than myself. Right. I think there's so much power in that, in learning based on other people's experience and other people's research. And then at the end of the day, just using your discernment, going back to what Alita said, just saying, okay, this feels right. Or no, this doesn't feel right, and just taking what you can and moving on. And so that's what I think about it. That's kind of my experience in building and learning and researching. Just taking what I can and leaning on my own understanding and my spirit to guide what is right.
Brilliant.
Just wanted to add to Christian's point that, people with PhDs probably are the least embodied people that you'll meet. Mm-hmm. And in virtual reality, the metaverse, it's an embodied art. Mm. So we're probably the worst people for it if you think about it. And so don't even think about whether PhDs matter in that sense. And if you look at the United States, we're probably the most disembodied people in the world, because of the design of our cities, removing social spaces, we're lots of pharmaceuticals, So if you want to look for embodied people who are going to be the best in an embodied art, you have to look for places in Latin America, places in Africa, places where people walk to the market, people work the land, work in factories. If you have any chance of great productions in virtual reality, here you probably need to find a carpenter and a yoga instructor in the United States. So the most important thing is basically, from our perspective, is being introspective and reading the signs that your body sends you. Because when you lose that communication of what your body is telling you, which you have in the United States, we have like an open drug market. We have 28% of children on psychotropic drugs. It's like 10 times more than the next country. And so that creates a disembodied type of person. And so you want to focus on the embodied aspect of virtual reality to create great productions and be embodied in your life. Be receptive to the signals that your body sends you. And so don't worry about PhDs or anything. We're probably the worst people for what we're supposed to be doing. And we've noticed this in productions that we're doing in Uganda and Africa, and a particular region where we have the tallest people in the world, the Tinka. The women average like 6'5". They're these beautiful people, very ancient people. And so very embodied. They absolutely read all the aspects of virtual reality and the deficiencies of it. Much better than somebody who's sitting in some office in some academic place somewhere. So the more embodied you are, the better you're going to be in virtual reality in the metaverse. Just a little note.
Yeah, and I'm glad you said that, Alan, right? Because it's like just based in society and the way the education system is, it's like we're taught to think that the most embodied people or the brightest minds are the ones that have been, in academia for for decades and decades, right? When really, I think that when thinking about the core of humanity and just the rawness of humanity, it lies in societies where there are still ancient practices, right? Like just thinking about, you say Uganda, but I was able to go to Egypt last year and just seeing, transportation, right? Seeing that they're walking to the market still using, camels and horses, and it's a totally different world than the US, right? But that also leads just to a totally different way of thinking and way of developing, mentally, physically, spiritually, and just being aware of that and being aware that there is a different world than what you're taught in the education system, and the best way to get that experience and to learn that experience is to really step outside of what you're used to and experience new environments, which is something that I believe that virtual reality will allow a lot of people to do. Just get a second look at life.
If we're talking about technology and virtual reality, artificial intelligence, we're also talking about autonomy. What's happening with our individual autonomy within technology related to virtual reality, digital twins, for instance, artificial intelligence taking over? How would you place that in relation to wellness and humanity? Because to feel good as a person, we need a certain level of autonomy where we can decide about ourselves, our own body, our own minds, which is, to say the least, I'm not going to say at risk, but still compromised if we don't pay attention going forward. Aileda, I know with neuroscience, it's right in your alley.
I just it takes me back to so right now, if we look at the equation of subconscious mind and people being already in subconscious mind 95% of the time, that's a huge ratio. I don't believe that's how we're designed to be. And so to your point, Christian, like the people of the earth, right? that are actually physically like getting there. And Alan, you said this, like people who work right in the earth and work with the earth. So like from an electromagnetic field standpoint, it only makes sense that we would need to be grounded. Any electrician will tell you that. We have more frequencies flying around today's world that we don't see than probably at a greater rate than any time in our existence that we know of at this point. And so really learning the art of worship and also nature and getting grounded and getting your feet on the earth and the planet. We have rubber soled shoes now, Ellen, that we run around in, right? So like, even if we are walking, like everything is rubber, 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 right? Well, that disconnects, right? It's like, it's not gonna ground us. And so there's certain things that can be done that there needs to be awareness around. And I always tell anybody who's designing, coding, engineers who are doing any of this, please get out, right? And find nature and really get grounded throughout this process and the development process, because it's really important. The worship piece is very important. And I come from a perspective of, it doesn't matter to me what somebody's worship system is, as long as it elevates you, as long as it takes you to higher ground. From a neuroscience perspective, as long as it increases or puts your brainwave frequencies in a much better, healthier state of being, then I'm all about it. So that I endorse completely. People finding the way to thrive, because we're meant to thrive. We're not here to merely exist. That is not the name of our game. And that's old programming that's stuck in subconscious minds through, again, and if we look at the brain, again, I always say our brain is our computer. Like, that is our computer. And we operate in a quantum field, which proves endless possibilities. So Christian, you're going to create some of the most amazing things, obviously, that, has been out there yet. No doubt. No doubt. And you as well, Sarah.
Sarah, how do you see individual autonomy within your work, what you're doing on a daily basis? Do you think it's compromised, or it's...
I think individual autonomy has been compromised in many ways. I think one was kind of when mandates were sent out across the pandemic and people were mandated to have to take vaccines. It's kind of like not having rights over your own physical body anymore. There's a lot of things that have come through that are decisions that are being passed that are taking autonomy away. And the first thing that I would say in regards to anything related to VR headsets, anything that we're going to be strapping on that's neuroscience related, is neuro rights would be the first thing that I would be really concerned with and focused on. And neuro rights need strongly established and boundaries need laid. And the development is already there. And so we need to kind of like hustle up in the game and start cinching some of these things up for the health and well-being of everyone.
Totally. Anyone?
Yeah, I can add a little bit to how our autonomy is affected. And I've been very fortunate. I've lived in 10 countries. I've backpacked like 80 countries, and I like to backpack. But anyway, the idea of autonomy gets thrown around, or individualism in a sense, and philosophical senses in the sense of systems. And everybody has different definitions of freedom. And if you're Chinese, harmony is the primal priority and the collective good. And here in the United States, we like more like cycles of destruction and individualism. So what is the freedom and autonomy within that is different in every country. And so it's a difficult question to answer. I wanted to make a little point though about what Alita was mentioning before about being grounded. Something I did during the pandemic is I did this a week without shoes and running around the grass. And it was like a meme being passed around, but it was wonderful. And I just spent the whole week, and but just there's something in the grounding and this barefoot movement that people are doing that does make you feel better, even if you can't maybe read it in EEGs or whatnot, but just wanted to throw in that's another way of another point towards how the body has such an immense impact. And we still have this Cartesian division between the body and the mind and the brain, and even in how we approach the subject. And I think we're finding that the body itself is just the mind itself too, right? And so things like new findings and such as the anxiety and depression are linked now to the fauna in your gut. So it has nothing to do sometimes with like, some brain pharmaceuticals that affect the neural cortex, but it's actually just the fauna in itself in your stomach, are finding to be what incites depression. So it's your stomach, it's what you ingest into your body. So if we're looking at the whole person, we're looking, how do we become embodied in a way that's healthy? Go barefoot, careful about what you eat, and that sort of thing can create either, one route, processed foods will lead you to a very disembodied way of living where you can't read the signs from your body, or a more embodied approach that is closer to nature and the earth and maybe eating a little healthier, obviously. So looking at a whole person perspective, maybe we can address that as well. Thank you.
How would you do that in the virtual reality? For instance, walking barefoot, grounding.
Oh, there's so much in virtual reality that nobody's even doing right now. Just, you can't find a production with good spatial engineering, sound engineering, and the greatest sense of presence in VR really comes from this sort of sound engineering. Mm-hmm. So right now you have a lot of dull productions in virtual reality or violent, and we're thankful that nobody's figured out sound, because if you're in a very violent landscape and the sound engineering is great, you're going to feel like you're in that war zone. I mean, you're going to feel it like you're going to shiver. Your hair is going to, if you have hair, not like myself, but if you, it's like the hair on your back is going to stand up. And most of them haven't figured it out. So there's some really good productions out there. And so thankfully they haven't figured out sound, but there's so many tools in VR that are just, are not really applied yet. Sound would be one of them. It gives you an immense sense of presence inside a VR landscape.
Brilliant.
If I may add.
Yeah, please.
So in virtual reality, you also have the option for wearables. So it's actually the suits that you could wear completely, and we've used that. So part of that is just using that to create the experience. So that is one angle, but I wanted to go back to the question of autonomy. I think autonomy is a mindset, or it's a mental state, because if I'm at one point in need of something, then I want that to be the thing that I can control. I want it to be the thing that I can achieve. I want it to be the desire that I can have. And that's where I want that autonomy. But then I come to another point where I really do not want that autonomy. I do not want to be the one taking that tough decision. I do not want to be that person who's taking that risk. I do not want to be the person who is liable to that consequence. So if I look at autonomy and I look about what we're doing this for, when do I have autonomy? When do I actually want it? I think that is the question we're finding in the metaverse, because it's a disconnect from the real world in a sense. So I'm escaping reality to a degree. So am I really looking for autonomy, or am I looking for disengagement from the entire experience of being there? I just want a virtual control somewhere where people cannot get to see what I'm doing. Or it's a place where I can just find my childish needs and no one will criticize me over it. So it's where the technology is being used and how I'm using it, and whether I'm actually getting autonomy through it or I'm getting something else. The last part is basically the governments and the control of an open space, because we know that virtual reality can be disengaged as a personal experience, as a simulation. And it could also be a shared space where everybody is seeing it. And that's where accountability is an interaction between me and another person rather than me and myself. So I would say autonomy is a choice. And it's also something that we can offer if there is a demand. But otherwise, you will find that it takes a lot of effort to just create that immersive experience, to just create that technology. It takes a lot of financing to invest into it. So right now, autonomy is actually disengaging from these gadgets and finding time to spend as we are as people, and then shifting the experiences that we can't achieve as well in real life and turning them into the virtual reality where we can have some control until we figure out some other way. And that's what it is. Thank you.
Brilliant. Thank you all for your contributions. It's been, it went so fast. I mean, like, we could keep on going for hours, at least from my side, because I think this is fascinating, all the input from all of you. So I would like to take the occasion to give you all a last 30 seconds, each of you, to say something, to finish and to wrap it up. So please, if somebody still wants to say something, you get a last 30 seconds.
I think we should do this again one day and go a bit longer. I enjoy meeting you all and hearing your perspectives. But one last thing I would say, right, when you think about wellness, and one of the definitions that I like is it's the practice of healthy habits on a daily basis, so that you're not just surviving, you're thriving. So one question that I like to ask myself when it comes to just my own personal well-being is, where in my life am I not taking full responsibility of my health? Physically, mentally, or spiritually. And so that could be a question for the audience to ask as well. And thanks for having me and this opportunity.
Definitely. Thank you so much, Christian.
From a balance perspective, I would say that the term mind, body, spirit gets used a lot in today's world. And I say it's the wrong order. I say the proper order is spirit, then it's mind, then it's body. And then when we're conscious, I equate that to spirit because it's the same thing as free will, making new choices and new decisions. And then we get that on board, and then we can tell our mind what to do. Hypnotherapy proves that. And then the mind controls the physical body. So that's my take.
Thank you so much, Ailida.
I guess I'll go. My thought that I would like to leave everybody with is just to be yourself and accept everybody as they are. And that's something that I really feel is missing in the metaverse, because we're getting templates, we're getting selectors. We're not accepting people as they are. And that's something that I really want to place into the experience, where I'm taking each person individually and I'm putting them in there. A pregnant woman can exist in the metaverse. Her child can be represented in the metaverse. The quality of life of someone who doesn't have the ability to communicate as everybody else does should be in the metaverse. If we see them, if we give them visibility, if that experience is there, someone has a story they want to tell, they need healthcare, they should be reachable. And with a caution that we need to respect their rights, they need to be well informed, and that's where we get informed consent, not only consent. And that is it. Thank you so much.
Very valuable. Thank you so much. Alan.
Oh, thank you. Just grateful to be with you. And I thought that was really, we explored some subjects I hadn't even thought of. And I think it's just like, it's great to explore together than individually. And so it'd be great to meet again at anything conversations. And we have a couple panels that we do at Studio Bahia. We're a nonprofit. We're doing panels at the Met Office in London, in Brussels, symposiums. And so, but yeah, if you have any suggestions and things for community trauma, communities in particular, we work with a bunch of different ones who they build it themselves within the context of their value systems. So those are kind of something that we're kind of specialist in. So if anybody has any ideas or suggests communities that have been harmed or have a concern in how to design within those communities, we offer technical support. Basically, that's all we do. But we build it out with them. Just send an email to me and anything we can help with. So thank you very much for having me.
Thank you all. It was lovely to have you, and that's what GatherVerse is all about, community. Thank you so much. Have a lovely day, evening for the ones in Europe.
Thank you for being a great host, Isabel. Thank you.
Thank you. Couldn't do it without you.
Hi, everyone. I hope that you are enjoying GatherVerse 2023. I'm Dr. Janaya Janak, and I'm going to talk a little bit about education and the metaverse. So in November 2022, OpenAI released its chatbot ChatGPT to the public for free. Everyone was pretty excited about exploring the limits of this new digital AI toy, and there was a lot of excitement. A lot of industries were seeing the benefits to GPT and were loving this innovation. And then as the novelty wore off, apprehension and fear started to set in. And one of the industry that was most apprehensive was the education industry, the one that I'm part of as a professor. And the apprehension came about when people started to post about the fact that GPT could deliver extensive academic papers in a record amount of time, in much less time than it would take someone to write a paper historically. So this set off an alarm in academia, and the alarm was so loud that the New York City Department of Education voted against having access to GPT on its networks. There were questions about the ethical use of GPT by students and academics, because here students could input information and produce something that looked like it was written by a person. And as you see here in this graphic, you put in a question or a prompt and GPT would put out something that looks pretty intelligent. And so the question of what are we assessing or who are we assessing when we get papers that may have been created by AI? You know, GPT sort of put in the forefront this topic that has kind of been percolating a little bit in the education field, but now it was in our collective conscience and consciousness, and we now hopefully can solve it collectively. So I had stopped assigning term papers a long time ago because of this very reason. And I started to look for different ways of assessing student learning, and I came across a topic called authentic assessment, and it was new to me. I didn't know what it involved until I started to take a couple of courses, and I got to see that assessing students by papers in quizzes and exams were not necessarily the best way, and that research has been showing us that this has not been the best way, but we've continued to do it just out of tradition. And so what is authentic assessment? Authentic assessment is an approach to measuring student learning. It's student-centered and it's focused on real-world application and problem solving. It prompts students to show how the knowledge that they've gained in the classroom or in a course can be applied to a real-world situation. Authentic assessment can take many forms, as you see here. It can be based on problems, it can be based on a scenario, or it can be based on a project. So this was a new tool that I was enjoying. It made more sense that we are assessing learning that is very specific to the student or specific to what we're teaching. It was no longer a cookie-based one-size-fits-all sort of assessment. I also had known about a theory, intelligence theory, called multiple intelligence theory. And so together, let me explain this in a minute. So multiple intelligence theory was developed by Dr. Howard Gardner. And at the time, intelligence was thought to consist of one form of intelligence, one type. We only have one way of being intelligent. But Dr. Gardner's research showed that we have multiple ways. In fact, we have 8 ways of showing intelligence. listed here. It can be through movement, music, visual, natural environment, and so on. And so I started to combine authentic assessment and multiple intelligence theory to start to transform the way that I educate and the way that I assess student learning. And so what does this look like? If we have a student who is a bodily kinesthetic learner, you may want to assess their work through role playing or other hands-on assessments. If your student is more, or you want to measure interpersonal intelligence, you can assign people-based, people interaction, group interaction types of assessments. So although educators are not expected to develop authentic assessments for each individual student and to revamp their entire toolkit, I feel that incorporating some of these methods of assessment can go a long way to creating a more human-centered education system in the metaverse. And so this slide and the next one, there are just multiple ways in which we can assess student learning, right? You can have students create videos, write in journals, be more reflective for interpersonal learners. You can have students submit music-based assignments like creating a music playlist. They can create graphs, get involved in web-based group games or simulations. The possibilities are endless. So as we forge ahead and we meet new AI-related tools that may look like they're about to replace human input, I encourage us to step back a bit. Step back for one and start to just take care of ourselves, because when we take care of ourselves, it allows our humanity to shine through. Our humanity is valuable to our students. It is what will help to inspire us, our students, to greatness. As you also take some time to take care of yourself, step back and focus on your why. Ask yourself why you became an educator. Think about what unique perspective you can bring to the learning environment. And your answers will most often lead you to aspects of learning that cannot be placed in an algorithm, at least not just yet. We have a unique way of connecting as humans, of observing and of focusing on details. And so we should also remember that there are pioneers and resources there to help us along this journey in education. Pioneers like Dr. Musina Morris, who is a VR pioneer in higher education at Morehouse College and is charting new territory and creating authentic VR learning experiences for her students with great success. Dr. Philippa Hardman is a learning scientist who has been posting weekly about learning research in ChatGPT. And then there's Edward Tian, the Princeton Uni student who created GPT-0 to counter ChatGPT and to help teachers to detect the use of AI-generated term papers. So explore topics like authentic assessment, explore multiple intelligence theory, because this is where we can help to tap into our humanity, tap into our creativity, and help to create a formula for education in the metaverse that will retain this humanity and allow us to focus on what we do best as educators, or on what matters, which is learning. So as technology leans into itself, I hope that we can remember to lean into our humanity, to create spaces that are welcoming for everyone. And so I'll leave you with this thought, which is, educators, we got this. To stay calm and educate. Thank you for taking the time to listen to this talk, and I hope that you continue to enjoy the GatherVerse. Take care.
Hello, hello, hello. Good afternoon, everybody. Good morning. Welcome wherever you are in the world. We are super, super excited for this next panel. We've got Mr. Christopher Lafayette, which is, of course, the CEO and founder of GatherVerse. So happy to have him join us. We've got to my right, Mr. Vix Vibes, founder of Digitally Hustling. We've got none other than the Vincent Hunt, CEO, of course, doing amazing things. He's also chief head of the Bureau of Creative Intelligence. And of course, my girl, Bianca Jackson. I call her the queen of the metaverse, and she's making some things shake as well, too. So we are going to have an incredible conversation today, and we're going to jump right in. Chris, it's such a pleasure to have you join us. Anything you want to say before we get in?
First, thank you for your leadership, Tina, for really helping spearhead this panel. I'm happy to be here with all of you, Bianca, Vix, and Vincent. Let's chop wood.
Yeah, let's do it. Well, we can't get into this first without having some introductions, and I give you their names, but I cannot do justice what they can do. So really quickly, I just want you all to just share quick about yourself, but really your passion behind the metaverse. So that way we can have an understanding, and as we get in, maybe even to some questions, can know where you stand in the ecosystem of all the things. So let's start with you, Vic, then we'll go to Vincent, and Bianca will wrap it up there.
Absolutely. Can you guys hear me? I just want to do an audio check. Are we good? Awesome. Awesome. Well, look, I just want to say thank you as well, Chris and Tina, for putting this together. My name is Vic. I'm from Atlanta. And I'll really just get right into kind of the passion portion of this. I'm somebody who, grew up playing sports my entire life. I'm very community driven. My family is what we like to call very tribal. We like logos. We like to really rep our set, so to speak. And I've always been a technology person as well. I mean, literally, it's crazy. When I was in college, I'm talking 2012, before Google Glass even put their first prototype out, as soon as the research was getting done, I wrote a paper about that way back then in college. So to kind of full circle see this thing kind of come into fruition is a really cool thing to me. And then the other part of it is the accessibility that it provides to so many people, the options that it provides. My high school almost lost accreditation when, I was coming up through school. And nobody from my whole district almost had a chance to go to college. And that was going to be something that was very detrimental. So to just see opportunities like this be able to take place where you can make such an impact from anywhere in the world, it really drives me to be a part of it. So that's why I'm here.
Blessings, Vic. Thank you. Thank you. Vincent, let's swing it over to you.
Cool. My name is Vincent Hunt. I'm 001 at the Bureau of Creative Intelligence. I am the founder and the CEO, but we go by agent numbers, which is kind of cool. I'm an OG in the game, I believe. I actually started one of the very first web design and development studios in Indianapolis, Indiana, where I'm originally from, back in 1997. Grew that company, was doing super, super well, sold my position in that company, and went on to do consulting in the space of creativity and technology across a myriad of different industries. My introduction to the metaverse actually happened in 2005 on a platform called Second Life. I went into Second Life and I realized, I was like, wait a minute, there's avatars and people from all over the world in here doing transactions in business. What would it look like if we merged what we were doing with the physical world with this metaverse? And so we stood up at that time Satori Spire Studios, which went on to do work with Paramount Studios in the Transformer movie. We worked with Mercedes-Benz to build out Mercedes-Benz Island. And we also worked with PBS to recreate what it was like to be a coal miner. And that was so remarkable. So we've done a lot of work back in 2005. Fast forward, as the conversation started to heat back up, right, around the metaverse and what we could do, my passion leans more towards education and upskilling in the metaverse. How do we decentralize those activities, bring more students in world, and give more opportunities, and at the exact same time close what we call the meta divide. Historically, people of color have fallen behind in what we call the digital divide, but I believe with the emergence of blockchain, metaverse, and all the newer technologies, it will not be the same. This divide is fundamentally bigger than the previous, that we had to deal with. And so I'm super, super passionate about closing that gap.
Awesome. Awesome. Thank you, Vincent. Bianca.
Yes, I'm excited to be here. Thanks for having me. So, hey, everybody, my name is Bianca Jackson, and I am tapped into a whole bunch of communities. So I'll just start right here, right? So I'm probably the only Black woman on the planet that has a Pulitzer Prize in virtual reality, right? And so I like saying that because
Bianca, I need you to say that again for the people in the back.
Oh,
Remind them real quick.
Remind them, okay. I am the only Black woman on the planet walking that I know of that has a Pulitzer Prize in virtual reality. And so my foray into this space started when I was a project manager at USA Today. I was managing the emerging tech team. We were doing something crazy. How can we use emerging technology in media? And the funny thing is, as I was preparing for my role to manage this team that I had never even thought about managing, I started doing research, and what I found was alarming, right? So when you think about Black and brown people, how we were portrayed in that content back in 2016. And I'm gonna just put it out there, like mostly Black women and brown women were portrayed in VR pornography. And so for me, it was troubling because I'm like, all right, so this is where they see our place in the future. We got to do something about this. And so while we were there, or while I was there, I should say, we built 3 different products. We learned along the way what makes for a really great world. And by the 3rd product, we built something that basically told the story of migrants. So basically people literally walking for days, months at a time through like Central America, Mexico, trying to get over to United States. So like really trying to cross that border and really taking the story way beyond, jumping over a fence, but, endangered species, eminent domain, drugs, rape, unfortunately. And so how could you then use or uplift our stories with this technology? And so along the way, I've been speaking on different panels, like trying to spread the gospel, right? Like, I'm gonna need you to understand, like, this is bigger than money. This is like being able to control our narrative. This is about being communal and like really leveraging our collective power to make a massive shift. And so I'm tapped into Black and Meta. I'm tapped into the creative Bureau of Intelligence. And so I'm out here in these streets because, like Vince said, if we don't get this right, the gap is going to get this much bigger. And so I'm just happy for this platform and be able to talk about what we came here to talk about today, that everybody who's watching this, stop saying you're going to wait a couple of years to get in. Like, today is the day that you open up Google, you open up Chat GBT, and you get busy, as we like to call it. You get busy figuring out where your space is. And so, Tina, I'm really excited for this conversation.
Blessings. Look, I think we are all off to a great start, aligned with our energy and our synergy today. And no better way to just jump in, right? And so that's what we're doing in the metaverse. That's what we're doing in this space. So let's jump into the conversation. And for those who are joining us, the talk is leveraging the metaverse for Black social and cultural advancement, right? Leveraging the metaverse for Black social and cultural advancement, and also even economic advancement, right? And so I want to kick off the first question, and we'll just start with, first, what do we have to know? What is the first paradigm shift do people of color have to know in order to really, and specifically even Black people, really make this a thing? Because what we find, and I know we all probably see this in our experiences, is that there is, Bianca, that pushback that you just mentioned, right? Or there is that delay. Talk to us about some of the paradigm shifts that you all are seeing that have to happen, maybe that happened for you or that you see happening, to set the baseline before we can get into technicalities and things that have happened. So Vince, I see you shaking your head. Let's start with you. What comes to mind, and then you all can jump in as well.
I think what comes to mind for me, this one's going to be a little gritty, but I got to say it. There was a comment that was made many moons ago that says, if you don't want people of color to know something, put it in a book, right? Then we started reading books. Then they said, if you don't want them to know it, put it on the internet. All they doing is buying stuff. We started reading the web deeper. Here's the tragedy with this one. This one, because it's born of, if you think about true technologists, people who write the code, right? A lot of them got their start in gaming, right? They got their start in gaming, so gaming is natural to them. Most high-level technologists game, right? So now here comes a new platform that looks like a game. If you don't want them to know it, make it look like a game. This is not a game. And as soon as we get beyond the avatars and we get beyond the cartoonish look of things and start to understand true economies are being built, we're going to be on the sidelines talking about, oh, that's a game. It's a game. There's no games happening here. We're educating, we're building, we're growing communities, and we've got to get that baseline. Like, stop saying it's a game. Whenever I talk to a person of color or anybody, and I say the metaverse, oh, my little cousin, my nephew, they'll go straight to kids because in their mind, they're thinking it's a game. I think
Mm-hmm.
the things that we definitely have to talk about is getting us over this hurdle and realizing that, especially as it pertains to the metaverse, that it's not a game. This is very real. The question is, what narrative will we create?
So good. So good. Anyone else want to add to that?
Yeah, so I actually want to pull in a thread that me and Vince were actually talking about this week, was the idea that most people are kind of sitting on the back on the sidelines because they think AI is just going to take all the jobs, right? And so Vince and I were having this really deep conversation about, no, AI is not going to take all the jobs. It's the people who know how to program the AI that's going to take the jobs. And so, like, you can't just sit by and just expect the thing to happen and then try to find your way in after it already happened. Like, no, you got to be on the ground helping to build and form and shape this thing. Like, imagine, even me being back at USA Today, if we didn't have a visionary there to say, you know what, let's hire a bunch of game designers or game developers to build something that we've never seen before, what other company would have came up with the idea and potentially made a Pulitzer Prize winning virtual world, right? And so I think that, again, we need to stop putting these barriers up of why we can't do something and just go do it. Even if in the tech world, we normally refer to something called like an MVP, right? Minimum viable product.
Mm-hmm.
What's the smallest thing that you can put out there to start getting feedback? And I think all of us need to start just putting stuff out into the world to start getting that unbiased feedback on what we're doing so that we know how to keep on building. I don't want people to say, I don't want to do it or I can't do it because I don't have all the stuff. Put out something. Just something.
That part.
Yeah.
Yeah. Vic, anything you want to add?
Honestly, man, they hit it on the head. Honestly, she mentioned the word barriers, and I think that's one of the things when in this space, because it's so wide open, it's brand new. She also mentioned the word form and shape. Like, that's literally what comes to my mind. This is a space where the consumers don't even know what they want. So now we have like almost this ultimate power to be able to put a product out there and then attract a tribe that's going to want to, like that specific thing. Because right now, like he mentioned, like Vince mentioned, all people have seen is the bad articles or the naysayers make the most noise about how an avatar may look, but the actual money that's moving behind these products, how many companies are continuously buying augmented reality furniture and clothing. I'm talking about $1 plays that are happening on a week in, week out basis. That's the part that the noise is being made like this. And that's where I feel like, we're kind of those evangelists that have to kind of pump up that noise a little bit and kind of paint the picture a little bit more. But I think that's a part of it that really needs to, just kind of the perspective shift there.
Solid. I would think what's interesting is that as people like us continue to do what we do and Chris continues to put together, right, amazing experiences like this is the beginning, right, of being able to change that narrative, which is why representation is so important. I see some people even talking in the chat and saying, man, this panel is fire, and thank you for the representation. So we're doing the building blocks, but I believe having these bite-sized pieces of even takeaways and understandings and being able to make it portable, right, so that we can pass on, historically, let's just go back, way back, like Black people, that's what we had. Those were our devices, was being able to tell stories and tell experiences and then be able to share them from tribe to tribe, right? And they would just catch on. So I love what we're doing because this is just the epicenter of how we've always culturally shared knowledge, right? So I want to transition for a second. And Chris, I would love to start with you with this question, right? And as we talk about going in and changing and building a new vision and world through the metaverse and advancing the Black culture through social pieces, economic pieces, what I think is good to remember is Black is brilliant, Black is magic, right? Black is beautiful. And once we understand things, then we can put our sauce on it and do it. But the challenge sometimes is understanding. Once we do that, though, we can have a vision. Talk to us, Chris, first about what do you see with the vision, right? What do you see that is possible and available for the Black community as it relates to the metaverse and advancing themselves? What comes to mind for you?
Sure. So first of all, I would say that, and it's a good question, that I would submit to you that into this panel, that the entirety of the Black community ecologically is just as capable to build anything that we want. And I feel like I'm more capable in building anything that I want than anyone on the planet. And I think the very crucial step that we need to take when it comes to the next step is a sense of autonomy, ownership, and entrepreneurship. It's bifurcated at the intersection of going career path and I'm not asking for a seat at your table. I'm building my own. The construct is real. The days of us saying, please let me have a seat, let me beg for an interview to come work for your company, where you can't even retain your own talent that doesn't look like me. I have no trust in any other person in business except for my maker and the one that imbued me with the inherent creativity and the possibility and the capability to go out and build myself. That's the first. That's number one, is autonomy. The idea that someone else that does not look like me, that does not come from where I come from, will define the metaverse and emerging technologies is not happening from my lens. I am just as capable of any man or woman that walks the face of this earth to be able to define how I interpret what technology means to me, because technology comes from culture. And so when we look at it ecologically, when you involve me into your ecosystem, I'm not your affirmative action. I level up your entire ecosystem. So the lens of appreciation coming from a monocultural perspective and a monocultural developed land that we come from and that we see here in North America, I see it far prudent to build from a polycultural development perspective and lens, where we have more cultural contribution. To quote Simon Sinek, people don't buy products and services, they buy culture, and culture isn't a product, it's people. So when we think about human centricity and ingesting me into the narrative, you cannot have success the way that you want to have success without me. And that's what that looks like. And when I say me, I'm talking about we and the people of color. And so we represent GatherVerse. We come here to gather together, but let's not get it twisted. I see the implicit and explicit biases, people that are in this community of GatherVerse, that are outside this community of GatherVerse, that are in my network, and the ones that smile and look at me and say that they're with me, they're not. They're inherently against me. But the ones that really are with me, manifest it. Words are often when, show me what you believe, and then we'll take it from there. So I think the first step is autonomy, agency, and owning the metaverse, because it has no monopolization by anyone. I hope that makes sense.
Oh, tons. I don't know if you see the chat, but the flames are coming in because we can feel your passion for it. And I love what you said. And if you could quote it again, Chris, I think you said, I am not your affirmative action, right? You said, I am here to level up. I think you said your ecosystem. Tell us that quote again so we can even write that down.
The idea is that when we start to look at ecologically, and it came and stemmed from the 90s and before then, that we need to have affirmative action to be able to hire people that look like us. And so you bring me into an opportunity and you step to me and say, here, I'm here to help you. I'm not asking for your help. What I'm really asking for at the minimum is your allyship, meaning that we're allies on a ship, and that we're sharing in this container, or we're building with great fidelity with one another. That's what I'm looking for when I expect to be able to have a relationship of a bond to be able to build together. So when I come into your ecosystem, I am not your affirmative action. I level up the entire ecosystem. Look, the idea is that we need to build more platforms and be able to hire the people and to be able to build with the people that we want to buy our products. Look, I understand that people will say, well, Apple's a $2 to $3 trillion company. They've done pretty well without having all these initiatives for diversity, equity, inclusion, belonging. But what I believe is that Apple and many of these other big companies would be $10 trillion companies had they embraced more culture into their product development cycle for a repeatable model for scale. So I believe that Apple, Microsoft, Facebook/Meta, Nvidia, and other platforms are operating at a deficiency because they still lack the fortitude and the ineptitude to this day to see the inherent value to be able to build with people like us. So I would submit to them that instead of thinking about how to hire us, why don't you expend some of your deal flow and capital investments and be able to funnel that to create entrepreneurs to be able to join and lock in hands with you. It only values up your ecosystem.
Powerful. Powerful. Go ahead, Vince. Were you going to add something? It looked like you were getting ready to say something.
No, my brain is blown. I just want Chris to keep on. You know what I'm saying? I'm like, Chris, don't stop, man. It's like when he takes his glasses off, he goes on. Don't put it back. I love it.
Bianca, what are you seeing with the vision of where this could go, where we could go, right? As a people, as a culture, right? The possibilities are endless, but what are you excited about and what do you see?
I am excited about coalition building between us. And like Chris is right, we're not your affirmative action. When we step in the room, we up level everything. And so when we are true and understand that we are the value in these spaces, and we start like literally intentionally working together to build even bigger ecosystems of us, like it gets to a point where they can no longer deny our swag. Like we add sauce to everything. And I just think it's really interesting, even in the Apple example, when you think about it, yeah, they may not have had a bunch of people on their board or in their staff that look like us, but our content is what helped blow up iPod. People are listening to hip hop. So I'm just like, y'all can say whatever you want, but without us, you would not be you. So I just want us to find ways to build even bigger coalitions, to be able to build bigger initiatives. I was telling Vince this week about this insane idea that I had for an organization that he works with. And I'm like, it could be even bigger. So like, how can we, I just want to have conversations. How can we get bigger? That's the only conversation I want to have this year.
That's it. That's it. Go ahead, Vic.
I want to add something to this. And this is something that, if I'm being very transparent, this is something in these last like 2 to 3 years in my, entrepreneurial journey that I really started to focus and lock in on. And that's really getting representation and really like paying attention to these contracts. Okay. We've talked about ownership. We talked about, really having that stake in the metaverse. Honestly, that's going to be a big part, just because a lot of us going in.
Uh-oh. I think he got stuck.
Yeah.
Oh. He'll jump back. Yeah. But let's do this while he comes back. I want to shift even for us to have. Oh, there he goes. Okay. There you go, Vic. We lost you for a second.
Okay, yeah. So it's the contract, the representation. Just because when it comes down to the metaverse, a lot of us may be heavy on the creative side. So then thinking about the business portion, the business is so layered that sometimes even knowing what your value is in this market space may just be a little bit above where you are, and you're building your baby out. But you don't want to build that baby and then you go to the negotiation table and you're negotiating from just your own self. I highly advise people to look into, no matter how big or small these deals are, go ahead and start putting yourself in front of contracts. See if you can share with friends, just so that you can start seeing some of the clauses that are even a part of this. One of the clauses, this is literally, and I'm so grateful for it, the biggest project that I was a part of this past year, I negotiated the contract for over 250 days. Me and T talked about it, right? And it came down to a leverage position where it's my intellectual property, and this company is going to go on to make multi-millions of dollars on this information, and I'm going to be sitting on the side. So I had to make sure that there was going to be the appropriate, clauses within there, and representation was able to kind of pull things out that I never would have even thought of. So as we build, don't just build just wide open and just, start tagging these companies and things like that for quote unquote free swag packs and free gifts, like really sink your teeth in on the structural side so that when you go and do your business, it's really going to pay off for you in the long run.
So good.
Well, you know what? Let me say this. I think it sounds like that's an opportunity, right? Like that's an opportunity to start figuring out how to build that infrastructure within us so that at least there's somewhere to go when you're like, all right, I created this technology. I don't even know what the next step is, like from a legal standpoint or even a business standpoint, or how to even put my pricing together. So right. I don't know, opportunity, it sounds like to me.
It sounds like ground floor is, and we talk about this often, even though the metaverse concept is not new, as it's re-emerged, there's so much more opportunities that have happened since, the 2009 start of, whether it be Second Life or any of the other original, if you will, metaverse spaces. So much has changed, and that creates the opportunity, right? I want to shift for a second and even talk more practicality about the metaverse. So we have the physical construct of what we do and what we lived in, right, currently. But then there's the metaverse and all of the new elements, features, right, pieces of the ecosystem that give an entirely different experience than we have in the physical world. I want, since we have some new people, I'm sure, learning and wrapping their head around all of this, to talk about what does the actual components or characteristics of the metaverse bring to the culture or make available to the culture that we may not have in the physical world, and why we should leverage and lean into that. Chris, we want to start with you.
Sure, I'm happy to answer it. I just have to put in this note, and I will address what you just asked, Tina, is that I sit here and marvel at the comments that were just expressed by Bianca and Vincent and Vic, and it's just like, I see the Black ingenuity, the creative talent, the masterful positioning. I've been seeing Bianca chop wood for years now, and I see so many people that will go before her in recognition of even the accomplishments that she has. Vincent just said Second Life. Why can't we get people to be able to represent Second Life, look like us, to be able to express that we are also just as familiar with the technology and help develop it? You know, I think about the sunset of alt space, and they look at two people that are two white males that help build it, but there's a brother by the name of Somatic Bruce that helped engineer that whole entire platform that you don't even know exists because you don't want to acknowledge him and look at the people that helped build it. So let's get this out in the plain view that leading up to here, to building the metaverse, because it's not new, that there were people a time ago that also looked like me and also looked like you that helped get us to where we're at today. So we say thank you and great appreciation and extend that to them, these hidden figures, if you will. Now, addressing expressly to what you just asked, Tina, the metaverse is a virtual ecosystem of interaction and communication. And when we think about the ingress and the egress in the hyper-realistic immersive simulated environments, and we feel like where we're going at today, I do not see the full development and the arrival of the metaverse today, because we don't even have a necessary enough broadband access and Wi-Fi in the world to be able to connect the greater good of humanity and culture to be able to contribute to the development of the metaverse itself. So when we think about what are the next steps towards building the metaverse, to me is connecting the world to be able to contribute towards building the metaverse in the first place. And so I think it's far prudent, because we have all these virtual worlds that are arising, and many of them, not just alt space, are getting ready to sunset. You can take that to the bank. They're going to sunset because the consumers are letting you know, if you listen to your audience, they'll tell you how they want to be sold. They don't want that. They don't want a 5 to 10 pound headset on their head all day. They don't want to go into these immersive simulated environments because, one, a lot of them don't feel safe within these environments. My data, my safety, my privacy, it lacks safeguard. Now you want to sell me a blue check mark. I thought the deal was you get a little bit of my data, I get to use your platform for free. Now all of a sudden you're selling me on a blue check mark, and so you want my data, you want my likeness, you want my image, and you want my money. Something's got to give. Instead of reversing the tables and creating a true creator economy where you can have a little bit of my data, you're obviously getting some of my likeness and image, if you will, but can you give me an opportunity to be able to monetize within your platform itself? And this is why I still am such a huge advocate on the conceptual development of Web3 and decentralized standards and the advent rise of DeFi, DAOs, dApps, decentralization itself, and NFTs, because it gives more autonomy and democratized access to people that can be able to build on their own. And so the metaverse, the ChatGPT, AI, they're tools that I don't know what you will do with it, but I will continue to build autonomy and to be able to build inclusive, true culturally inclusive communities. No matter the color, no matter the gender, we all can get it in. But let's be on the same page on the mission on what we're doing. There's so much more that could be said about that. I hope that makes sense.
Yeah, I mean, it makes total sense. And one of the things I want to highlight in regards to our conversation today and leveraging the metaverse for Black social advancement, and even cultural advancement, is I keep hearing this word come back up as you're talking, Chris, and that's autonomy, right? Autonomy, that ownership piece, right? That this decentralized sector of just the characteristic of the metaverse is decentralized, right? And so I want to continue for those who are listening and saying, man, I'm getting my head around this, right? I'm understanding is that is one of the major characteristics that come with the metaverse is the way that is designed. So Vincent, I'm gonna throw it to you. What other characteristics or pieces of the metaverse come to mind for you that you're excited about or want to shed some light on as it relates to advancing the Black culture and Black community and communities of color?
Yeah, well, I'm gonna start off and I love what you're saying, Chris, as it pertains to like we have to have a greater sense of autonomy and ownership. I think that's deeply, deeply important, right? But I also want to take a step backwards because if we're not careful, this can happen, right? Culturally, as a people, historically, we have not worked well together. Let's just put it out there on the table. It's usually divide and conquer. There's a lot of like flag planting, like let me be first. I don't want them to know, and we keep ourselves out. We're like our own worst enemy. Let's just be real. We're our own worst enemy. And until we can defeat that systemic problem, right? I should be able to come to any of my peers that look like me and have confidence that when I say we're gonna build together, we're gonna build together. Do I have that now? Not fully. Let's just be honest. And when you get into these fertile grounds, when you get into grounds where there's a new frontier and there's a whole lot of new stuff to go get, that's when it gets the most dangerous because like, I got to go get mine first. When you starve a culture for so long, they get hungry. So because we're so hungry, we can actually become our own worst enemy and bite off our own tails.
I have to, and Vincent, I absolutely agree. If you'll permit me to piggyback on that, the crabs in a barrel analogy is real. The competition against us is real. And we come from such a cultural environment where hip hop, it's such a competitive nature thematically. But I'm going to say this: we do have to break old cycles of going against each other, aiming at each other, instead of persecuting each other. Build and break bread with one another. Instead of shooting one another, killing one another, being jealous of one another, because somebody may have a better presence on LinkedIn or get a better opportunity than others. Get that out the way because none of that means that we're at the hill of beans if we all can ascend and be able to grow to where we can potentially. The hurdle on my back, I'll hurdle on yours. I'm 100% with you, Vincent. Thank you for reminding us of that.
You gave me goosebumps because at the end of the day, like I truly believe at the ripe age of 50, right? Like I want to see that cohesion. And now we have this playing field, and this playing field has been given to us. And the question then becomes, how do we build better ecosystems of professionals that are able, working with Bianca just in 1 week, up-leveled me, like tons. And I'm like, how can I go get you some bags, sis? Like, how can I go get you the bag? Because at the end of the day, when we build each other and we grow our ecosystems and we're working together, not only do we increase our own knowledge and our capability to go do extraordinary things, but we also, again, create this longevity and this autonomy, and this ownership that we are looking for. Every other race has managed to kind of do it over the time period. They've been able to get busy. I think it's our time to get busy. Like for real. And like, we have to be honest about it. So any self-checking that you got to do within yourself about will you eat or will you not eat? And how can I help my brother? And how can I not? We gotta get on that. We got to get on that because right now we have a very, very unique opportunity to go do extraordinary things. We do. And I would love to build an ecosystem where that can actually go down in a more holistic, fruitful way for everyone.
Yeah. It's necessary. It's absolutely necessary for us to be successful together. Vic, Bianca, anything you all want to add?
Oh, absolutely. Let me just tell you something. So this is the ecosystem, the virtual world that I created for myself. It exists in love, peace, and harmony. That's it. So like if we're working together, hopefully you felt that from me over the years we've known each other, the days we've known each other, the seconds we've known each other. And I think that if we operate from this place of somebody is knocking on my door, hold on real quick.
Vic, as she's doing that, you want to jump in? Anything to add?
They honestly, they're speaking it right now, man. And it's really just the concept of creativity over competition. And I can honestly say that I grew up, I've had that shift. I don't want people to listen to this message and think that like we're telling you that you may be doing wrong, because I was definitely one of those people that grew up on a competition mindset. Everything was who was first, who was at the top. But even like the partnership between me and T is such a beautiful thing. Like I'm fully with bringing the vision of all of us having access to the information and the opportunity, that it doesn't matter how things may be perceived or any of that. It's really a team mentality, because once if there's a collective mission that we're all going towards, that collective mission should reign on successes for everybody. It's not going to be like one person goes and becomes the triumph of the metaverse. It's going to be a very communal thing that we all start to be a part of. We're all going to be at the top culturally of the industry. And someone, I think it was Vince that spoke about it, like other, cultures have found their ways to kind of dominate a specific industry completely vertically. And the unfortunate thing is, if you think about any of the things that we even dominate, whether it comes to hip hop or the sports or anything, we're not running the game all the way through from a vertical integration portion. So this is the opportunity for us to come in and really build from the bottom all the way to the top, so that, this pipeline through us all the way through and through.
Yeah. Vic, I love what you're saying. Creativity over competition. I think that's such an easy, portable way to remember this, right? Because that's what it is. Vince, even as you're saying, like systemically, we have to first before we can even get into the tools and the technology and the hardware, like we've got to come to the platform with these updated mindsets, with this abundance mindset that is enough for everybody. And this is opportunity, right? To like you said, Chris, an opportunity right now to really just change the game for where we are, who we are, the creator economy, all of these things. And the metaverse presents an opportunity to do that. Bianca, I want to give you an opportunity to finish what you were saying.
Thank you. Like housekeeping rolled up on me. I was like, can you come back? So I'm kind of piggybacking off of the comment around creativity, right? And so I'm really excited about, we actually have all the tools. No one has any more excuses to be creators instead of than consumers, right? And so if we can create these coalitions, these ecosystems where we're trusting, we're communal, we're loving, we're peaceful, and we're doing things in harmony, like we can make so many strides and, definitely reduce, kind of like what Vince said, the meta divide, and we can just do a whole lot of things way quicker. So I'm just really excited about this push for people wanting to create and going out there and being actively really good students, right? Wanting to be good students on how to do it, but they just need the communities and the leaders to kind of help them figure it out along the way.
Yeah, this is so good. Y'all, I'm getting goosebumps. I don't know if you all are seeing the chat, but just the content is so rich. The passion is bleeding through the screen from all of you all, because we've lived it, right? But I think this is an opportunity to impart, even just energy wise, those who are on the fence about the metaverse or thinking, or they come to GatherVerse to get new ideas, right? And to really get the insight. And I believe we've done a phenomenal job here today to really be able to not just shift the mindset, but plant some new seeds, right? And as we even get ready to wrap up here in just a few, I want to talk about even next steps, first steps. We've talked about the first half of our conversation and shifting our mindsets and new ways to think about it. And now we've talked about the second part of the conversation today, which is what is possible, right? What's the vision, right? What is available from just the characteristics that the metaverse provides? And I want to finish the conversation with maybe part 3 around first steps for those who are listening, whether they're in various industries, various types of people. I want you all, and Vic, let's start with you, to just talk about what are some first steps that people can take to really say, all right, I'm ready to come off the fence. Or if they're already in the metaverse and they're building or creating, I'm ready to double down. What are some first steps that you kind of see that they can take?
What's up? I would say one thing, if you haven't quite taken that step, is this is a technology that is very, very, very unique. Okay, we have to actually experience it firsthand. Okay, augmented reality, virtual reality, whichever side of it is, it's not something that you can describe to somebody. It's about as good as me standing on the side of a pool telling you how the water feels. Okay, that's what it's like. So if you're somebody that's been watching the headlines or the videos, the TikToks, and you're kind of getting that outside perspective, I highly advise you to go ahead and get in the water and go ahead and see what it's like. Because I can tell you from a firsthand perspective, anytime that I've gone in to build anything within augmented or virtual reality in any state, the way that my mind just continuously unlocks new ideas, I have to be like, listen, bro, focus up. Okay, the opportunities are endless. We'll implement these on another project. But listen, we have to stay focused. I promise you guys, we are such a creative being at our core. This is such a wide open platform that it's just one of them things that you really have to put yourself in front of. And if you're already in it, I would say be someone that's really a evangelist. Like, we have to create this positive narrative around it. We have to be the ones that support people. When you see people posting and talking and having events and going to panels, we have to be those ones that are showing up even as we build our own, because it's going to be that collective noise that continuously builds up the understanding. We're the ecosystem. If we only let the CNN businesses say that this is going to be the narrative and they keep picking on Mark, then that's all the masses are ever going to see, and they're never going to see our message. I'll shamelessly plug, like, I literally, because I'm talking this talk, I created a newsletter. I went to a high school that almost lost accreditation. I'm not the sentence putter together guy, okay, to say the words right. I'm taking the time to make sure that I go in and put out information that my people need. And for those that go through and read the information, we're going to be the ones that's going to be taking advantage of the next curve, so to come. So that's my advice for everyone.
Wow, major Bianca, what you got?
So mine is going to be a little controversial. So I'm going to say people need to get their social capital up. Just because you out here talking it, people don't know you doing it. If people can't verify that you, like Chris said, you've been in years putting in work, or like they can vouch for, like, they've purchased your products, your services, like, stop doing everything in secret. Like, really start forming those alliances and partnerships. It's just, I think it's really interesting as people are trying to build things and then they put their thing, whatever it is, out to the world, and they think the masses are going to run to it. It's just like, no, a lot of what happens is because of behind the scenes relationships. I've known Tina for years, right? And, I met Vince through somebody else from a conference. And so it's just like, do the work, but then also build up your social capital, because I want to find more people that, I can add to the projects that I'm working on, but I'm not just going to find somebody off of LinkedIn. I might find you and watch you for years, but if you come through Tina, you might got a shot tomorrow, right? And so I think that that's just really important, that while you're build the relationships, just don't be building the product, build the relationships you're going to need.
Vince, what you got? I love it, Bianca.
Yeah, and you guys, y'all killing it. Like, for real, I'm sitting here getting rich. You know what I'm saying? I break it down this way. It's the practical, radical, and then the published, right? This is the way that I think about it. Because all things are possible. Well, most things are possible with the metaverse. It's easy. And so I double down with my man Vix. Like, you get in there just like, whoa, I can do all these things, right? But I always step back and say, what is the most practical thing that I can do? Because one, most folks don't even understand what the heck we're doing. Let's just start there. So let's create something practical. Let's do something practical, but then let's get radical. I can talk about like what we do at the Bureau. At the Bureau, our practical was, okay, we're going to create a curated team of some of the brightest minds in the world to go tackle these big problems, these creative challenges that we have in the metaverse, Web3, blockchain. Let's go get it. Very practical. Like, let's go do that. But then the radical thing was, we said, but we operate 75% in the metaverse, right? So to do business with us, you got to do business with us in the metaverse. So here's our website, literally one page, on purpose, complete brevity on that page, but it says, come visit us in world. Because in doing that, it now gets them out of, like, I'm gonna flip through 5,000 pages of your website. Nope, we ain't doing that no more. And no, it will probably cost us business. We will probably not eat in some instances, because we are forcing our clients to go from, this is what we do, to now come and do it in the way that we do it, which is in world, right? Very radical. So it's practical, then there's radical, and then publish. We got to get better at publishing, y'all. I have people that don't look like me that are in my circle that have sat with me and that have gone to written full blown books, selling on Amazon right now. The metaverse will be, right? Because they understand that the sooner that you publish, the sooner that you talk and take it to the masses, this is what, right, wrong, or indifferent. The fear that we have is about being wrong. What if I go write this book and it don't pan out that way? It don't matter. They're going to forget your book and what you said. What they gonna remember is when it pop off the way that you said it was gonna pop off in the book. They remember that. If you think about how many books are out there that did not come to pass, but we remember every book that did come to pass, right? Practical, radical, publish. Talk about what you're doing, right? Put your name on it, put your face on it. Get on the TED stage. They gotta see more of us, right? And we have the ability to do it.
That's
That's
powerful.
my thing. Practical. Go do something that you can put your arms around. Go start you a museum or something that's telling a dope story, and then go get radical about it, right? But then publish why you actually built this museum. Now go do the next thing.
I love that framework.
Yeah.
Chris, bring us home. What is your take on everything that we're talking about here on this last phase?
Sure, Tina. I just have to say a tip of my hat. It's really heartfelt listening to what was just expressed. I'm not gonna lie, just powerful. I'm caught up in the moment. Actually, it's just I have a book I'm getting ready to announce. I wrote it. It's called Surviving in Silicon Valley.
Come on, bro.
It's the first time I said this publicly, and
wow.
I grew up in the streets of Oakland, California, and I grew up with the technologist in my house, my dad. He taught me. I grew up around a bunch of hackers. And so when he died, my mom and dad, they died 9 months apart. When I had my first startup, both my parents just died. My physical parents, my spiritual parents are with me. And I sold almost everything I had, and I moved to Silicon Valley out of the seat of my car. And I was living in my car between Google and NASA Ames in a hackerspace called Hacker Dojo. And I wanted to learn and to build. And I found myself being taught by people that didn't look like me, that embraced me, from different backgrounds around the world, here in Silicon. And I would go to the YMCA and bathe, and I would come to my car seat, and then I would go attend a class, and I would go learn technology. And then people started asking me to speak and to be able to extend that social print that Bianca is expressing about. And 8 years ago, I started writing some of these stories, Vincent, about ownership. Someone says, I can't afford a startup. You can afford to write your experiences.
Oh, bro.
And put that to market. And so I sit here with heartfelt compassion, here with the GatherVerse community, that's a global community. The words that I express to you, I live under grace and mercy. That's it. I come from a real bad part of life in the streets, but I've also was raised in Germany and in Texas. I've experienced different backgrounds and culture, and that there are those that don't look like us that will build with us. But at the same time, for us to be able to identify that there's people that look like us, that are just as capable to build as anyone else, is a fascinating realization. But what's more fascinating is to manifest the opportunities that the ones that come before us never had. We have more opportunity today than anyone given on this planet. We have the opportunity to be able to bring it home. I subscribe to the idea of thinking globally when you build, and at the same time, think about the compassion and the humanity and the approach to it when we deal with accessibility and equity and community development and safety and privacy and wellness and ethics. Think about for whom you're building for. Think about for whom you're building and who you'll pass it down to, because every moment is precious. We only get a little bit of time to do it, and none of us is promised the next second. And so this time that we get together, Bianca, Tina, Vic, Vincent, we'll never get this back again. We'll never get this time back again. But I'm so grateful to be able to have this time in this summit with everybody here. It means so much, and that is where I'm getting at. Yeah, I moved to Silicon Valley from the seat of my car, and the idea is sacrifice. How bad do you want it? How much do you want it? Your back's against the wall? Show it. Live it, manifest it, and be grateful for every moment that you have the opportunity to build, because for many, it's just not so. So thank you for leading, Tina. Thank you for showing up and pulling up. All of you that are with us today, that are here at this panel, it's heartfelt. We'll continue to try.
Oh, Chris, I think you froze.
The internet got him.
He was talking.
We good?
Chris, you went out on us on your last statement.
Like 5 seconds, bro. Give us the last 5 seconds. I need them.
My last few seconds was this. Be sure to build together, hold it down with each other. Thank you for everyone being able to pull up from around the world. I see your messages. I see your words. I see you're here. We're not alone. We're not alone. Me as a Black man having a platform called GatherVerse can't happen without the contributions of everyone else and the relationships that we have. It can't happen if y'all didn't pull up today. This isn't about Christopher. This is about something much more bigger, because if we continue to operate in the fashion in which we are without considering humanity first, we will have nothing to build and nothing to build for and nothing to build with. That's real talk. So we need to really start thinking about how we build collectively with humanity first standards and accessibility and education, safety, privacy, wellness, and equity. How we do it and who we hand this off to. And let me say this, because I just have to get one more quick jab in. Breonna Taylor, George Floyd, Ahmaud Arbery. I saw companies rally around that and said we need to be able to do more for our Black communities. Don't just leave us in commercials and think that that's being equitable. We have the power to be able to build anything we want and to be able to build with you. I encourage you to be able to meet us in the middle at our table and your table. We'll combine that and we can build wonderful, incredible things together. Thank you so much, Tina, for leading. Thank you so much for everyone attending, all of you at home, for sharing your heart. Continue to build with us. This won't be the last time, hopefully, that we will get together and to be able to explore. That's all I got. That's from my heart right now. Thank you so much.
Chris, listen, we feel it. We feel every bit of what you're saying. I don't know about anybody else. I know y'all feel it on the panel, but like your passion for what you do for humanity, first and foremost, right? And your passion for our community, it is so just, we're grateful to have a leader like you to create a space like this. So we're sending you more blessings and thanks and his gratitude for what you do, that God will continue to elongate your days, that you can keep building for the culture and beyond. So we're getting ready to wrap up here, but much love, Chris, Vincent, Vic, Bianca. I thank you all so much for being here. For everyone who's dropping the flames, they say, we love you, Chris. We love you all. Thank you so much. We appreciate you all for being here. Please make sure that you follow our speakers. You can find them on LinkedIn as well, too. If you want to take a quick second to jot down their names. But as we leave, I want to also just encourage you all to heed to what is being said today. The metaverse is an extremely special place that's being built, and we need the contribution of all of you all. We need the contribution of your gifts. We need the contribution of your passion, right? And we need the contribution of your skills to do this together. It's for all of us, right? It is a place that we all can be and thrive. And so we thank you again for being here. We're going to transition now to get ready for the next panel, but we thank you. May we gather and continue to gather well. So thank you again, everyone. Having a wonderful day.
Thank you. Peace.
are you guys? Welcome.
Hello.
Hey guys.
Hello. Hi, everyone.
Hello.
Hello.
Hi, Christy, Danny. How's it going?
Well, good. How are you?
Very good. Doing some work,
Nice.
some studies as well. Happy to see you all.
Yeah.
Welcome to our panel for transformative technologies. We're going to be talking about the impact of emerging technologies on education, regeneration, and well-being. It would be awesome if you guys can present yourselves and tell us a little bit about yourself, what you do, where you come from, and what are you doing now. Maybe Leah can start.
Sure. Hello, everyone. My name is Leah Souter. I am a language project specialist for Diplomatic Language Services, which is a language training organization in the Washington, D.C. area of the United States. And I get to work on a virtual reality team at DLS. So we create VR modules for adults that are learning foreign languages and take them into virtual field trips using our software.
Awesome. Thank you so much. Danny, you can go.
Yeah, of course. Hello, everyone. My name is Dani Kami. I am an entrepreneur in Colombia. I'm working right now in two regenerative projects. One of them is taking close the retail customers to the carbon credits, voluntary carbon credits market. And in the other hand, we have Refi Collective, that it's a community where when we are getting together companies, entrepreneurs, startups, and universities to make the inception of a regenerative mindset towards the use of decentralized technologies to implement new solutions for our planet. And so happy to be here with all of you cracks.
Thank you.
Fantastic.
You want to go, Alec?
Well, sure. Why not? So, as all of you can see, hello, welcome to this day three, panel. It's going to be like very insightful for what I know. And I am coming from Delhi, India. It's say about an hour and a half past midnight. So I try to keep myself awake for this session, because it was so interesting. So Anima Solution is a Web3 focused design and development agency. So we are trying to, we work as a strategic partners to a lot of companies where we help them in UI, UX, building their metaverse strategy, in creating metaverses, NFT marketplaces, and building applications on blockchain. Yeah, apart from that, I also run my own podcast, which is called The Future of Web. So where we try and get all the people who are working in Web3 as a, so it's a founders, investors, designers, developers, community managers, and anybody who's involved in that space. And, we want them to come and share how they're impacting that space and, how they're adding value to it. So, yeah, so that's a little bit about me here. Thank you very much.
Awesome. Thank you, Alec. And Christy, welcome.
Hi, everyone. My name is Christy Herzog, and I am from Philadelphia, Pennsylvania, and I'm here representing Prisma. Prisma is a totally new way to school. I am a mentor coach at Prisma, and I am also the community and partnerships coordinator. And at Prisma, we have a program that's for middle school and high school students, and it's online with lots of opportunities to meet in person. And we have a world-class team of curriculum designers that have built this perfect curriculum for kids that want to learn and families that want to learn in a global, connected 21st century learning community. And I'm so thankful to be here today and to meet all of you.
Amazing. Very interesting. Thank you, Chrissy. And Norma, welcome as well. Would you mind giving us some background about you and what you do?
Yes, thank you. Thank you. So I'm very happy to see you all, and sorry not to be at minute present. I just arrived at Paris for NFT Paris tomorrow. So I'm basically intermedia painter, sculptor, and I'm doing bridges. I'm working on bridges between classical arts and NFT worlds and the metaverse. So for me, it's very important, this phygital element, to link physical works, classical works, and also which are done with let's say, classical technology, and NFT digital worlds and virtual realms. And lastly, I would like to, the project, so basically I'm working on a project NoraVision Solar, which is a project, NoraVision Solar Metaverse, which is a project to paint old solar panels with classical oil colors. And I have painted 60 solar panels already, and I will paint 100 of them. And to expose those paintings in the old castles and to do the digital twins of those castles from Vaduz, Bogensperk in Slovenia, and Mirna Castle in Slovenia. And lastly, to enter those digital avatars into the virtual galleries. So, and I have also gallery NoraVision and NoraVision Centralized Art Investments Company. So.
Wow. Very how you bring NFT into art and vice versa. I think you're
very inspiring to link old heritage and very old techniques with most newest approaches with these metaverses and yeah. So there.
Thank you so much, Norma. I can present myself a little bit. My name is Andrea Camargo. I'm an entrepreneur as well, studying a master's degree in entrepreneurship and innovation in San Francisco. I also work with Danny in our project Paramo. We connect end consumers with the voluntary carbon credits, fractionalizing the carbon credits to make it more accessible to people like us to support regenerative projects and take climate action. And also, well, my background is more into science than technology. I studied veterinary medicine because of all my love to animals. Now I'm more focused on the technology and Web3 and blockchain. I'm very passionate about how these technologies can empower different communities around the world to be better, to take care of each other, take care of nature and the animals. So I think it's really, really cool that we all have different backgrounds. I'm very excited for this panel. Let's just jump right into it. So the first question I would like to ask Leah and also maybe Christy will be, what are some emerging technologies that have the potential to transform education and learning in the future, and how might they do so?
Leah, would you like me to go first? So the first thing that I guess I am. The first thing that came to mind for me is Chat GPT. Chat GPT is changing my life and clearly going to change the world and change education. when we heard about ChatGPT in November, or when it was launched in November, and started playing around with it. It kept me up for multiple nights, just amazed at all of the things that we can do. And already I sense from the education community that this is going to be an obstacle and a way for learners to cheat. And of course, that can be a decision that learners make, but I don't look at it like that at all. I look at ChatGPT as just such a perfect springboard to take education to the next level. And I'm just so excited to see the things that are going to happen because of ChatGPT.
Yeah, definitely. It's a game changer for education. Actually, here in my school at Holt, we have been adopting ChatGPT to as a way to complement our strategies, our decisions. Like they are empowering us to use it instead of other schools that kind of start to prohibit it. Here we embrace the technology and we actually use it as a extra help to make us more productive and to have this critique in a different perspective. Maybe humans would do it differently. So it's very, very, it could be overwhelming for especially the educators, the professors. It's like, oh, now I don't, like, how can I tell a student to write a essay if ChatGPT can do it for them, So it's kind of like now moving to how to give the right questions instead of the right solutions, I think.
Yeah. Absolutely. And we're seeing that at Prisma. This cycle, we are studying biomimicry and trying to find organisms that match the functions and variables that we're looking for in our product design. Middle school students will come, they'll have trouble maybe brainstorming that. Who wouldn't? I have trouble brainstorming as I'm learning alongside our learners at times. So ChatGPT will let's see like what are some variables and what are some functions that organisms have that could help us. And there we go. That's a great way to start brainstorming. So it's exciting to use.
Yeah, definitely. Thank you so much. And talking about technologies, Norma, could you tell us how emerging technologies could impact the physical and mental well-being of individuals, both positively and negatively? Oh, you're muted.
Okay. Thank you, Andrea. So basically, we have been talking just now with ChatGPT and all these things. And we have been talking about many different emerging technologies. And maybe I will start with blockchain because I was firstly acquainted with blockchain. And as idea of blockchain was this transparency and this free distribution of value and also traceability and transparency of fair trade. And also it can be employed in the artwork for certification and for tracing of the arts. And it can be also employed for the intellectual property, means for certification of diplomas, etc. And on the other hand, we have this. I lost a little bit. We have this. There's the redistribution of value. So we have sharing. We can trace royalties. It is the very good thing for the of blockchain, and it is disrupting social distances, geographical distances, social distances, and it is enhancing this linking without regardless of races of social background. So all these things are now being changed, and so this is all very positive, but on the other hand, these systems are also very vulnerable, can be, because also at the time I was dreaming of global blockchain-based art platform, but it was not possible, and it is not yet possible even because of not possible interoperability of the blockchains. But idea is beautiful, but on the other hand, there are hackers and or those. So everything is like this, like one magic thing. We can do good, positive things with technology or bad things. Everything is more exaggerated, more enhanced with these technologies, and it goes more rapidly. So, and for creation, or let's say we have been talking about ChatGPT. So everything now it's more. We have to define why we are doing something. What is the But sometimes for creativity, we don't have to ask why. We just have to do. And also, I think with AI and all these beautifully created images, it's also they are quite similar. So we can take this as a part of creation. And then we go inside with our intervention, like this. So
definitely.
yeah.
Yeah, I also think it's very impactful the way this explosion of creativity is going to impact our mental and physical well-being, because as we are getting more and more connected, maybe that can bring some benefits in terms of our emotions, how we communicate with others. But some of the drawbacks as well are, okay, we might be more connected digitally, but if we separate physically from others, what are the consequences for that? And we still are learning. This is so new. And also mentioning again ChatGPT, what are the impacts of the students using ChatGPT and relying heavily on tools that just give you the answers to everything you need to know? And maybe those answers might not be as accurate as we want, and they also can have bias. And so there are many things we need to kind of think about and explore. Yes, Alec, go ahead.
Yeah, so it's not only about bias and readily available answers. It's also about exercising your own mental abilities. So if you start depending on like for example, for simple basic mathematical calculations, if you start depending on a calculator, so when you're going to a market and you want to get some change back, so you cannot do a mental calculation. So it's all about where we should use it and where we should not use it, right? And that will come especially for the early stage students. It will come from the teachers, how they can guide them. So I think Christy can share better there, like how are they guiding students in the effective use of this technology. Like it's the same as kids are not allowed to drive without a license, right, till they reach a particular age. So it can definitely enhance certain abilities, the learning capabilities, ready answers. But who is fact checking those answers is also a good question.
Yeah, definitely. Christy, you want to jump in?
Well, I guess Could you ask like the specific question again? Like, how are we addressing Chat GPT at Prisma? Or do you want me to address how we would address Chat GPT or other transformative technologies in conventional education? I think there's, I think I want to talk a little bit more. I was a public high school teacher for 17 years before I started a self-driven journey to find a better model of education. So if I put myself back into 2017 in the classroom in a conventional school, I'm going to guess that ChatGPT is blocked, that it probably can't be used. It can only be used at home. Well, and then Turnitin.com might not pick up, right? Because it's AI generated. So, and I, without the right technology training from the top down, superintendent down to the student, it's something that everyone's going to fear. And without the right specialist that can show how to use all the tools correctly, then I fear that populations will be missing out on transformative technologies, because I missed out for a long time when I was in the traditional setting.
Right. And how are you implementing these technologies in Prisma?
Oh my goodness. Our learners knew about ChatGPT before we did. So already next cycle, we're going to have a big focus on using that. And at Prisma, as a mentor coach, in the one position that I hold at Prisma, I meet with my learners once a week for 15 minutes to a half hour. So I can use ChatGPT alongside of them and use it as we were all saying it should be used as a way to brainstorm or as a way to schedule your day. I mean, you could do anything with ChatGPT, but it's taking that time to walk alongside someone. And that's what makes Prisma just what I consider to be the best program out there. And because we do get to walk alongside learners, and as educators, we get to walk alongside one another and learn, and we don't have a lot of barriers in our way.
Nice. So
we really don't have any.
Yeah. So scheduling your day using ChatGPT is a interesting use case. Like, so how would you use that for scheduling your day? Would you put in all your planning, like that you need to do in the day, and then it would come out with an answer of when you should do what?
You could. I mean, one thing that I just did personally with ChatGPT is I'm packing for Colorado. What do I need for 2 weeks in Colorado for a packing list? ChatGPT generated that in 30 seconds. So I think that that's just a great way that we can use it in our own lives too.
Interesting. Nice.
So, and moving a little bit towards all this concept about regeneration, Danny, how do you think these transformative technologies, ChatGPT, blockchain, NFTs, could be taken into account to support regeneration, both in terms of the environment and social and economic systems?
Nice. I think that all these new technologies must be considered as a tool. They are not the end. All of these things, it's a tool. A tool for what? I like to think all the regenerative concept as a triangle. In one corner is the environment, in another corner is social, and in another corner is economics. Okay, so all these complex technologies help us to look forward develop something and create things about covering these three aspects that are fundamentals if we want to live in a better world, you know? So I think that the principal things is that all of these tools, we need to focus them in two concepts: adoption and adaptation, you know? But all of this process that we need to live to understand this, it's a beautiful thing because it put all of us in the same level, you know. The paradigm, the old paradigm on educational system is based on here is the professor and here are we the students that doesn't know anything. We are just getting illuminated by this guy that knows everything. These days, that paradigm with all of these technologies, I mean, forget about that thing, you know, because right now what we have to do with all of these technologies is that all of us need to transform ourselves into constant learners, you know, and keep learning all the time, because today on today's classrooms, I have seen how cool how kids are teaching their teachers how to use these tools, you know, and it's really nice when professors are open to learn, but because it's where all the knowledge and all the triangle that we were talking about seconds ago, create that impact in our society. I mean, not in short term. All the regenerative aspects you have to look forward into a long term, but it's there when you see the future or a new promising future, when you are available to use that technologies as a tool to adopt and adapt, and at the same time to transform the world. Use all of that tools to create a new world based on the value of regeneration, that it's also defined by be conscious about environment, social, and economic growth. I think that if we, all of us, focus our attention in use these tools to do that thing, in 10 years, we will avoid all of these things that as a species are maybe affecting us today. We will be able to over that things and create a new, better world.
Yeah, definitely. And I think regeneration as a concept could be applied to every type of system, right? Instead of being kind of exploitative and taking things out of nature, taking things out of society and economy, we can also give back and preserve life and preserve creativity and preserve all these human values that we admire and we value so much. And I think it's um, very interesting how technology can empower us to take action towards regeneration and towards a more sustainable future, as you say. And I'm curious about, I think this question goes to everyone, but how do you guys think these technologies could be accessible to everyone, regardless of socioeconomic status or geographic location? Go ahead.
I can go, yeah. So I think the point would be infrastructure availability. And infrastructure is something, which is usually provided by the state, and by private companies. So for example, if you want to talk about so regeneration as a technology, as a concept, is fantastic, but to get that awareness to the ground root level, right, you need technology and infrastructure both working hand in hand to be able to. So for example, like somebody creates like a nice internet service which is accessible everywhere on the planet, but if there are not smartphones which are accessible to everybody, they will not be able to utilize that internet and learn about it. So once they have internet, then there has to be some education models around it, some teachers, some awareness campaigns which tells them about all this, that this is a way that you could probably do better farming, this is how you can leverage technology. Because like we sitting on a nice platform can talk about blockchain, right, and its abilities and advantages. But when it comes to implementing and like getting everybody involved, education will play a very big role. So once that is there, then you can think of scaling up, right? The models Danny talked about earlier, they're fantastic concepts, but how do you actually go ahead and implement it at scale? Like 50 or 5,000 people or 5 million people will not really help. That could be a good start, but over a period of time it has to be like multi millions and billions of people using it, right? Because in fact everybody's been using the environment, like for our food, for our clothes, for our transportation. So everybody needs to think like that of how they can employ these technologies.
I can comment. Can you hear me okay?
Yes.
Great. So on a smaller scale, with implementing a virtual reality program in an organization or into a school or university, some things to consider to make this technology accessible is to enable the software to be used not only on a virtual reality headset, but also on a desktop computer. So that if someone doesn't have access to a headset, which can be cost prohibitive, then if they do have access to a computer, then it can be used on there as well. And some other things that we take into consideration at DLS VR is things like enabling hand tracking on the avatars so that someone who speaks ASL can be seen in the VR environment. And other ways might be to include chat or captions inside of the software so that truly anyone can utilize the technology.
Yeah, that's very important. And I think that with the natural language processor, it could help a lot, right? Because it breaks down how we talk, how we write, and it can adopt that to people with disabilities, inclusive for everyone.
Yeah, and it breaks this no coding process is very much for creative people. It's very helpful.
Yeah, it's low code, no code is very important, especially for us, like for instance, entrepreneurs that don't really. Some of them have the tools to develop software, but most of us, it's very new, and in order to create ideas that transform the world and are scalable. Before, you needed to have engineers, like it was definitely a must, but right now there are many tools that help you create impact in a way that is accessible to everyone. So it's very, very useful to have these technologies to help us manifest in our reality what our dreams are, and quicker and easier. And
Yeah.
yeah, go ahead.
I'm just going to say, it's the engineers who are building those tools, right?
Definitely, yeah.
So, so what has happened is, it has moved from engineers building for everybody to engineers building certain tools which can be used by everybody without that knowledge. So the barrier to access is kind of getting reduced.
Yeah. And something that also is important for the implementation is the experience for the end user, like how easy you are creating that experience, and how easy you are allowing these users to use all the tools and play around with them and express their creativity and learn from it in different ways. And going back to the opportunities, challenges, what could be a result of integrating these transformative technologies into education and wellness, and how can we best prepare for them? This one, anyone can jump in as well.
Well, I think technology in general, if we take a step back and besides emerging technologies, I think one thing for health and wellness is keeping kids in school. So we learned from the pandemic that we can do school from home. Some schools obviously were more successful than others, but what did we bring back to the education system that is protecting the health and well-being of students? For example, I can't give I could put it into Chat GPT and let you know the statistics, but kids are still being sent home from school, out of school suspension. But are they being sent home with that Chromebook to Zoom into class and not miss instruction? I don't think so. I think they're missing instructional time. So we learned how to do certain things, but we still struggle as a society to merge it together. There is no reason that any child should not have 180 days in the United States of education. That's what it's required, even if their behavior is disrupting the learning of others. There has to be a way that they can learn. And again, I taught high school. This is, I'm thinking of high school age learners, but there has to be a way that we can use technology and emerging technology to make sure that we truly don't leave a child behind or whatever else our, traditional system claims to do.
So that's not really a tech challenge, that's more like a human challenge, like how the people deciding those things, are adapting to technology, right? Are they receptive to it or they're not accepting it? Like I think Dani mentioned earlier, adaptability, right? So are they adapting to new technology? Like you are smart enough and talk about, Chat GPT and using in your curriculum. A lot of people might not be willing to use it. They see it, as a hindrance, maybe to their old ways differently. So it's a fine mix, right? Who takes that call is something, which will be. It should always be, with eyes on the future. Does it help in 5 years, 10 years? If yes, that's what should be the underlying thought process.
Yeah, and I think there just has to be a willingness to pivot in whatever industry you're in, and especially education. This goes back to what Christy was saying. Just how do we take some lessons that have been learned from the pandemic and implement those into the post-pandemic world, and how do we get buy-in for technology and just keep things moving forward? It can't be the way things were. And if you keep it the way things were, then you're not going to get the advantages and the opportunities that come with technology, like being able to transport yourself to another world, or like what someone on a different panel yesterday was saying, going into a cell in your biology class so you can see the inside of the cell through virtual reality. So there are opportunities with technology and things that we can expose learners to, but if we don't have a willingness to pivot, or people are unwilling to try new things, then that can be a hindrance.
I really love that expression of willingness to pivot. And that also happens to many companies. They are like just so comfortable with where they are that they don't see where the next disruptive innovation can come, and then they just crash completely. And this is like something happening to Google, because all like ChatGPT has disrupted completely Google search, and now they are decreasing their revenues. And how can they not only companies but educators can pivot in a like in a way that they adopt the technology and also look into the future and reason back, and kind of navigate into the optimal way to empower communities and themselves to use technology. I'm curious about your thoughts on homeschooling. With these new technologies emerging, what is the vision of homeschooling? Is it getting more accessible? Is it a good idea? What are your thoughts on it?
Homeschooling, yeah.
Yeah.
I think it's I was always very much fan of this idea, but the problem is really to be let's say when you are alone with yourself, that's more difficult to be organized. So, but okay, with those interaction like we are now, it can be interactive also. But the problem is sometimes not to be pushed enough. But the good side is that we can expand our interest, the children's interest. So therefore it is very, very, very good. So it was also, I think, the like in royal families, or they have had this concept of home teacher, but with governance, etc., and it worked.
Yeah, I think technology can definitely be a good way for homeschoolers to be exposed to other areas of the world or go in depth in more subjects. I think homeschoolers get a bad reputation for being isolated or kind of to themselves, or not having as much exposure to the outside world maybe, but virtual reality could be a good tool for students and parents to engage them in games, educational games, or give them opportunities to dive into something a little deeper with VR from their home.
At Prisma, we serve homeschool families. It's kids that learn from home. And so we educate the parents. Well, actually, the learners educate their parents. And in the use of technology, and because of our model of 21st century education, our learners are building such beautiful portfolios. So when they leave Prisma, they don't have an A, an A minus, a C. They have, look at this beautiful podcast that I created that is going to tell you what I think happened to Amelia Earhart. And look at this design, a game that I made and submitted to the Games for Change challenge. So I think in our model, we are homeschooling with technology. If you are homeschooling and you're not using technology at all, I think that would be the equivalent of when you launch into the future, that would be like never entering a library, right? If I walked onto a college campus and had never been exposed to a library, well, that would be like never being exposed to a computer. Imagine, homeschooling without technology, and then your child goes to college and has never used Google Docs, or I don't know. So just, I couldn't imagine not immersing technology into every area of homeschool.
Definitely, it's really powerful tool, and it's also kind of embedded into our reality so much that I was telling my friends our phone is like an extension of our brain, and like we do everything.
Yes.
We talk with it. We study. We watch video. We do social media. It's part of our extension of our life. And if we don't use this technology, we're out of the system. Basically, we're completely isolated almost. So it's definitely both sides in the education have to use technology, either they are homeschooled or not. I think it's truly important, and just access to internet and technology is same as access to education, basically.
Yes, I just jump rapidly, like Google, which is declining. It's all civilizations are like this. They are going up and they're going down. It's natural cycle. Yes. So now Google is this, but anyhow, it when I was small, there was not this possibility. So I was in library. I was completely lost. How, which, where to go? And now you click and tuck. You. It's amazing times for children to learn rapidly.
Yeah, definitely. And as a closing question here for our panel, I'm very curious to see your perspectives on the role of businesses and governments that can play in promoting the development and implementation of transformative technologies and the impacts on education, regeneration, and well-being.
I would like to go first. I will be so fast in this answer because it's basic. Business will lead the process, and the ones who don't will disappear or be relegated, right? It's that's all. From the government aspect, it's a little bit complex because governments always will try to stop decentralization. All the initiatives that takes off the power that they have over people or over population, they will try to avoid that. But also, in the other side, specifically in emerging countries like Colombia, for example, governments that adopt it and adapt all of that technologies absolutely will grow so fast. Why? Because they will working on improving all the ecosystem and creating all the context to make the people grow. And if people grow, governments and states grow. But at the end of the day, I think that the focus of all of that thing must be focused on transform the traditional education system. One thing that Christy was saying, and that I was really feel identified, and not just because I work in a project related with that, but because I was one kid that doesn't fit a lot in the traditional model educational system. It happens that education will create a domino effect. If we change the paradigm that now it's available in educational system, and if we pass from the education to learning paradigm, we will create a huge change in just one generation. And even more if we focus on neural learning. Why neural learning? Because neural learning is that thing that makes you learn by the experience, not by the theory, but based on the experience. And with my educational project, the ones that I have telling you a little bit a few seconds ago, one thing that we discovered is that the progress that one entrepreneur has to live to create a successful startup, or at least some venture, it's exactly the same process that the brain has to learn anything. If the only way that we have to prove that we have learned anything is that we need to create something. I mean, we have to have some result that transform the reality. I mean, could be a product, could be a presentation, could be anything that you can create using that knowledge. So it's time to change the paradigm and to transform our reality and understand that we are living in a complex system, not just studying one thing and do all these things for the rest of your life, and then you get retired and give a pension. No, it's about, we are in a complex system where all days you have to learn something new, and you have to be conscious that all of the things that you do have an impact. And if you as a citizen, if you as a people know the thing, you will transform your enterprise, your venture, your government, the world. And I think that at the end of the day, the principal role must be for the people, the persons that all of us, that we are creating something and working to be the world a better place.
Yeah, beautiful. Yes, beautiful.
I would also like to add about businesses should get more immersed with schools, and learners should be out doing internships and apprenticeships, and virtually too. If I'm really interested in Slack, why can't I do an internship when I'm in middle school at Slack, and continue to do that throughout my high school career? And then I could get hired right out of high school, not maybe at Slack, somewhere else, get hired right out of high school, but then the government needs to meet me because I'm just proving that SAT and standardized tests and state testing, that might not prove, right, what our learners, what the future is truly capable of. If the system hasn't changed much since the Industrial Revolution, I think we need to change the system.
To bounce off of what Christy said, my thought with this is that there needs to be partnerships between businesses and governments so that there can be advising, developing, trying out, and payment involved in paying for the emerging technologies, making sure that, I think it's the collective working together that is gonna move things forward. And so rather than being like, oh, businesses versus government, I think it's going to be a partnership that is actually going to move things forward. Now maybe that's lofty, but maybe it's possible too.
Sure. I would also like to add, as I'm a part of World Metaverse Council, so we have also a group which will be working with governments, with academia, and so it is really crucial to the people on position can enhance this development. And I would like to read you one quote I have written already in 19. Just rapidly. So, transcending limiting barriers, we commit ourselves to live an invisible and yet unseen, merging arts and art therapies, technology and education, bringing together parallel realities, and enabling continuum of unique and original evaluation of material and immaterial art and research work to decoding system and transparency of blockchain. So
amazing.
Nice. Yeah. So I mean, so my closing thought would be the government, needs to create an environment where the industries and the businesses can flourish. So that's where, I see that they go hand in hand. The fighting between one and the other would definitely not work, neither for the government nor for the enterprise, and definitely the loser will be the public, right? The general population, the people who go to work and work for enterprises, and who are working government institutions and stuff like that. So the best collaboration would be the environment and the ecosystem is generated and created by the governments, and which can enable businesses to flourish and help the society in general. You know, so that I think that would be the best combination. And whichever country has that, like it is, doing fantastically well these days. We all can see. And where there is a challenge, there's a conflict at a continuous and a big level. It's not so well. So it's a proven model, so to say. So yeah, so we all can do our contribution towards making that dream a reality, right?
Yeah, empower ourselves to create the reality we want to live in, and also inspire others. I think as leaders in these emerging technologies, in education, in well-being and regeneration, we have a great responsibility, and that is to inspire others. And every little action we do, I think it counts towards the things we believe in, and the world we want to see, and the world we want to leave behind to next generations. And also gathering a quote I really liked from one of our professors here in Holt. He said, sustainability is about um, fulfilling our needs without taking the needs of the next generations. And I think that's beautiful, because it not only creates a
Creates a
responsibility to us, but shows that our actions have a direct impact in future generations and the environment. I think it's really awesome that we met here. Thank you so much, all of you. It was a great panel. I'm looking forward to connect with you even further, and I hope a lot of people were inspired in this conversation. Let's keep working
Yep.
to create what we believe in.
Welcome to Emerging Technologies Through a Pragmatic Lens. My name is John Alexander. I work with a broad spectrum of faculty. Some people have never used Zoom. Others are quite facile with technology. Their journey to incorporate emerging technologies starts with one step. So now let's talk about today's agenda. So, the recent proliferation of emerging technologies has generated lots of emotion, from excitement and exuberance to fear and uncertainty. This talk will explore the following key questions. 1. Which emergent technologies have a low barrier to entry? 2. What are some possible use cases of emergent technologies from different industries? And 3. How can we get started using these emergent technologies? So, the 3 emerging technologies we'll focus on today are AI, Unity, as well as Web3. So, AI, or artificial intelligence. Yes, it's a complicated subject, but we want to break it down to the most basic definition. According to IBM.com, AI is a field that combines computer science and robust data sets to enable problem solving. This seems to be a positive thing, right? Well, not necessarily. In November 2022, a company named OpenAI in Silicon Valley launched ChatGPT, which caused a mixture of fear and excitement. From the perspective of fear, Robin Foreman, Tulane Provost, notes that many faculty aren't ready for ChatGPT and aren't sure how to use this as a tool to support their teaching and learning. Also, many view ChatGPT as a, quote, haven for cheaters. Also, AI plagiarism can be hard to prove. For example, Darren Hick, philosophy professor at Furman University, noted that word by word, text created with ChatGPT was well written. However, the content was not entirely accurate, and it was written wrong as it referenced a nonsensical claim, which was simply incorrect. Now, OpenAI recently created a new tool called Classifier. And basically, you need an OpenAI account to use it. And to use it, you simply paste the text into a box and click a button, and it will tell you whether it thinks the text is very likely, unlikely, unclear if it is, possibly, or likely AI generated. But despite some of the negative aspects of ChatGPT, there is also lots of excitement surrounding it, as it has lots of capabilities as far as supporting students. Some of the exciting ways to use ChatGPT to support students include academic support, writing support, and critical thinking. So let's talk about 3 possible ChatGPT use cases in terms of education, sales, and business. So, in terms of use cases in education, it's possible to use ChatGPT to write outlines and then write the paper without ChatGPT. ChatGPT could also be helpful in terms of creating personalized lesson plans, acting as an after-hours tutor, a debate partner, helping ESL students improve basic writing skills. So a great resource for AI in the classroom is Ditch That Textbook, ditchthattextbook.com/AI. In terms of use cases in sales, we could think about personalized sales scripts, FAQs, as well as support and training documents. And as far as use cases in business, situations involving customer engagement as well as content generation. Okay, so you're probably thinking, how can we get started with AI in education? Because this is a critical thing, practical information. So my suggestion would be to look at the educational use cases slide I just mentioned. There's also a New York Times article. The link is here. Don't ban ChatGPT in schools. Teach with it. And there's also a link on this slide, Ethan Mollick, who is really a key opinion leader. He is a Wharton professor and AI evangelist who has actually gone so far as to include an AI policy in his syllabus, which you can see on screen. Now, our next topic is Unity. So Unity is a game engine, one of the most popular game engines, along with Unreal Engine. And a game engine is basically a software framework used to create games. So possible use cases for Unity. Again, it's useful for creating games, but also in other contexts such as film and architecture. So as far as creating games, 61% of developers use Unity, 94 of the top 100 studios use Unity, and the asset store has a wide variety of 5-star assets, all managed by Unity. From the perspective of film, we can see 2 examples, Coco VR and Norman's Island. Architecture, the Vancouver International Airport created a digital twin in Unity, and DPR Construction utilized it as well. So as far as getting started with Unity, I would strongly recommend that you go through Unity pathways. My journey involved me being curious about how VR games were made. So I wanted to learn Unity. So I looked up Unity pathways, which are basically, it's a free way to earn badges in Unity. So I currently am working on the Junior Programmer badge, and I earned the Unity Essentials one. And then Unity itself, the personal edition, is free. So it's basically free to learn and free to use. So that would be my suggestion, is to use the pathways. Now, Web3 is really a new way of using the internet where users are more in control of their data. So possible use cases of Web3 involve Metaverse, blockchain gaming, and education. So in terms of the metaverse, imagine having one digital wallet that could account for all the different payment infrastructures all throughout the metaverse. In terms of blockchain gaming, utilizing crypto as well as NFTs as playable assets would be one use case. And certainly in terms of education, imagine a digital wallet that stores all of your educational information, as well as Web3 education platforms such as Web3 University and Odyssey. So, getting started with Web3, you can see the link on this slide is to a Web3 guide and also a link to Web3 education platforms. And so here are some resources for both AI, Unity, and Web3. So for AI, we have the New York Times article, Don't Ban ChatGPT in Schools, information from the key opinion leader, Ethan Mollick. For Unity, we have the Pathways link, the link for Unity download. And then Web3, we have the Web3 guide and Web3 education platforms. And finally, here are the references. So thank you so much. Again, it has been an honor presenting for the second time here at GatherVerse, and let me know any questions that you have. Thank you.
Thank you for joining my session. My name is Arume Ibrahim. I'm a Metaverse business analyst from Nigeria. I'm currently working with Vector, the Metaverse creator platform for AR/VR, and I'm here to share with you all how we can unleash the potential of the Metaverse for education. So this session will be very, very brief, but will be packed with a lot of insights and a lot of details to share with you all how the Metaverse is currently enabling educators and students to understand basically what is being taught in and also outside the classroom. And these are what we'll be talking about. The first one will be what is the Metaverse, what are the current elements of the Metaverse, and some use cases, what are the benefits of the Metaverse for education, both for students and educators, and also how Vector enables access to the Metaverse in education. And finally, I'll be wrapping up with my final thoughts and conclusion on the topic on how the Metaverse can basically transform the way we learn, and also how the educators can transform learning in the classroom. A little bit about me. So basically, my journey into XR started way back like 4 years ago, and it has been filled with a lot of experiences. And so far, I've been able to carve a niche for myself, becoming a product manager and also a business analyst with key specialization in the Metaverse, XR innovation. I'm also passionate about entrepreneurship, ecosystem development. So currently, I'm the Metaverse business strategist for Africa at Vector, which is the Metaverse creator platform for AR/VR with over 6 million downloads worldwide. I'm passionate about the tech also, which made me to found a nonprofit called Immersive Tech Africa, which is dedicated to democratizing and increasing access to XR technology through education, research, and also fostering an inclusive community, not just on the continent, but also across the world. So I remember my little brother asking me, Arume, what is the Metaverse, right? And basically, the Metaverse is more like a platform that provides digital experiences or alternative replica of a real world, computer generated as a virtual space, and has several human interactions like enablement for currency, trade, economy, and also property ownership. Right? So imagine the Metaverse as a virtual replica of our real world, whereby we can also do the current human interaction we currently do in the real world in a virtual space. Right? So currently, the Metaverse allows for infinite number of people to connect without limitation based on geography, based on location, and also gives them the ability to impute or bring in three-dimensional objects that they have created or own into the space, and also can get 100% ownership of those physical or virtual assets. So you might be asking me, what are basically the elements of the metaverse, right? So according to Matthew Ball in his book, The Metaverse and How We Would Revolutionize Everything, he gave some key points on some key elements of the metaverse. And the first one is basically composed of virtual worlds. So you have different virtual spaces that are computer generated. Users can transform from one space to another using any device, right? So the goal of the metaverse is to create the ability for users not to be limited by one location, be able to transform from one particular space to another. And also the virtual world gives the ability for three-dimensional capabilities, right? You have access to import contents that are 3D generated. You could also create content in the metaverse using 3D. And the third point is real-time rendering, right? So virtual worlds can respond to input from users in real time, right? So if you make a move, you teleport, it is real time, and those users that are also with you in that space can also see the movement you also do. The fourth point is it is massively scaled. So the goal of the metaverse is to be a large space, right? Not limited, like I said, by geography or any physical boundaries, but a virtual space that is expanded with that beyond any reach, right? And it's also very, very diverse. And the last point is interoperable network, whereby standard protocols between various platforms that allow users to carry personal information from one virtual world to another, right? So I can go from point A to point B, right? Still maintaining my assets, my NFTs, my 3D assets from that point A to that point B, right? So it's more like the real world where you're not limited by taking your vehicle from one country to another or taking your luggage when you travel from one country to another, right? In the metaverse, it's more like a virtual space where you can do anything you want to do that you currently do in the real world in a virtual environment. So in terms of use cases, right, we have seen like some huge adoption of the metaverse, not just by small companies, but also very large corporations. And some very good metaverse use cases, for example, is Roblox. So Roblox is more like a virtual universe that lets you create, share with friends, anything you can imagine, right? You can create anything in that space, connect with anybody, anywhere, right, in a single platform. Right. So one of the things I like with Roblox is the ability to customize what you have created to your own needs, right? And also be able to share that content or that assets with any user on the platform. Also, another platform that is related to the metaverse, right, is called the Meta Horizon Worlds. It's more like a social experience whereby you can play, explore, and create. So for Horizon Worlds, right, you also have the ability to create your own virtual space in the metaverse, customized to your needs, and also be able to import 3D assets and 3D models that you have created in your real world into the virtual environment, right? So this environment basically function on the goal of connecting people together without limitation or boundaries. The third and fourth use cases are Fortnite and Decentraland. I know a lot of users watching this stream will basically be part of one of these platforms. But for Fortnite, is more like a multiplayer platform whereby users can compete in gaming scenarios, create virtual lands, and also go on quest to basically save some users in that space, right? And for the Decentraland, is more like a 3D virtual world on the browser whereby users can buy virtual lands, carry on interactions in NFTs, and also own ownerships of some content and assets within that space. I'll be moving on to the benefits of the metaverse in education. For me, the metaverse is not just a platform, but it's also a medium for us to transform the way students learn and also the way teachers can teach better in the classroom. And the first point I'll be sharing is how, more like some statistics and research on how virtual reality-based learning has been proven to increase student retention by 100% and also help students to improve their results by 30%. And also, according to research, information presented in VR has a retention rate of 75% compared to 10% if the same info was not read, right? So students can learn better if those content are transformed into virtual reality experiences, and also educators can teach better implementing VR experiences into their curriculum. Also, over 50% of teachers want to incorporate VR and AR teaching into their classroom, right? These are more opinions and feedbacks from educators which have backed some of these experiences and research. In terms of augmented reality, which is more like augmenting your physical environment, right? So AR-based learning leads to higher test scores and better learning comprehension, which is according to a report by Elliot Mercy, right? According to our report, it states that students who learn materials using AR score 30 to 45% higher on tests than students who learn using traditional learning materials and curriculum, right? So educators watching this stream need to find out how they can augment some of their current curriculum and models into 3D. For example, maybe a student is learning about the human heart, right? So transforming a diagram of a human heart into a 3D model that can be shared in the classroom using augmented reality can really transform the way students learn. I'll be moving on to our amazing platform called Vector. So Vector is more like a metaverse creator platform for businesses, individuals, educators to create no-code augmented and virtual reality experience with ease. One unique feature about the Vector Studio is that you can use it on any device. You're not limited to a single device like a VR headset. You could use it on your Pico headset, your mobile device, your web, and also the Microsoft HoloLens. Right. In terms of education, the Vector platforms allows educators and students to learn lessons in AR and VR, which can basically help them augment the way they currently learn in the classroom. Also, students can easily adopt these new methods of immersive learning fully, right? Using their mobile devices, they could use the devices of their parents and also see how they can have better interactions, better engagements, peer-to-peer learning using innovative technology. So this is an example of how Vector works, right? So you have a 3D model which you import into the platform, right? And you have it on the studio where you can customize it and design it based on your needs. And that 3D model can now be shared via a QR code or via a link to anybody or any student, and they can just click on it and download the Vector app and have that experience within their own environment. And one unique thing of Vector is that you're not limited to any device, like I said. You could use any device, you could use the VR headset, you could use your mobile phone. And the goal of the platform is to increase access to the metaverse for users that don't have high-end devices or high-end system to use. So if you're on your mobile device, you could just pause this video if you can, or take a screenshot, right? And just scan this QR code to take it directly to a human anatomy experience in the Vector app. And you can also scan it, you can also display it in your own environment and see how amazing the tool is. So for this example, students and educators can have a good interaction of how the human anatomy works. Students can have like a detailed experience of the human heart, the brains, the circulatory system, which they usually see on textbooks and notebooks. But now they can see it in their own environment, and trust me, education will basically be transformed by that process. So in terms of final thoughts on the metaverse and education, for me, growing up and learning via traditional methods was quite cumbersome because most of us did not have like real life experiences of what we were being taught, right? And for those in the technical space, having the ability to learn using textbooks and diagrams was not fully immersive as having 3D models and 3D assets supporting learning, right? So my thoughts basically is with the metaverse supporting education, learning will basically be accessible to anyone, anywhere, at any time. The metaverse will also make education more accessible to students who are unable to attend traditional schools due to financial, geography, or other constraints. So all they just need to do is just download the app or download the experience and engage with it in their own environment. Also, in terms of collaboration and social learning, the metaverse will facilitate collaborative and social learning, allowing students to work together peer-to-peer and participate in group discussion and share what they have learned from that particular AR or VR interaction. And finally, immersive and interactive learning environments. With the metaverse, you can create engaging and immersive learning environments that students can understand and can relate to, and give you very constructive feedback and help them improve their overall grades in that particular subject matter. These are more like my thoughts on how the metaverse can really transform education and learning. So thank you so much for listening. I know it's a very, very quick one, but my final feedback is the metaverse is here. The metaverse is here to stay. We just need to find a way to plug it into our current experiences, current learning processes, or sharing engagement. And trust me, transformation and learning is here to stay, right? And the metaverse will basically fuel the next generation of content developers and immersive experience generators. Thank you so much for listening. You can connect with me by email at ibrahim@gmail.com or by Twitter at @ibrahim_, or also via LinkedIn at Ibrahim. We're glad to connect with you and also share any feedback or insights you may have on my session. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Thank you, everyone, for exploring with us. Thank you for caring. Thank you for being present. Thank you for expressions. Thank you for sharing. Thank you for caring. Thank you for understanding the inherent and necessary need for us to have these discussions. Thank you, GatherVerse team, our global team. Thank you, GatherVerse community. None of this happens without you. It just doesn't. And without you, why would we want to do this, and why would we need to do this in the first place? I'm reminded that at the conclusion of our very first event, because it's been a full year now, the very next day, there was a great war that began to happen in Europe and Ukraine. We wonder why we do these things. We ask why. Why we sit here together and commune and gather. I hope that that was answered the past 3 days. I hope we've earned your trust. I hope that you'll continue with us as we have incredible more announcements that will be made. Many things that we've been working on for so long that we're happy to share, new event announcements. I'll say this in closing, that with the time that we're given together, may we always take full advantage of it. May we always be mindful of who we're passing what we've come to know and understand on to, and to whom. And that there's a whole entire generation that may one day come to understand your words. You won't know who they are. They will certainly know who you are. This is heartfelt. There's been generations that have come that have populated the whole entire planet before us, and they left little messages. And this is what we're doing. These are the messages that we're sharing. These are the messages that we're giving. That we believe a humanity-first approach to emerging technologies, to the Metaverse, to Web3, to promote greater human sustainability, to make things better, to bring and promote forth awareness. We can't do this alone, and we've barely just begun. So thank you. We have further to go into this forest. And remember that we all walked into the forest and the path was already paved. And some of us, we've gone so far in this forest where we've had to create new path. But the one thing that we must remember is to please leave a light on for those that come behind us. Just as somebody once left a light on for you to find the path on which the forest you presently stand. And so our gather was well. Thank you. Farewell.